Hello and welcome, friends. Nice to see you in chat. Cosmic Beat, Trombone. About time. I don't know if you mean time to die or just time I started streaming. But this is usually when I start, so, whatever. But anyways, I'm James, off cost. And today I'm going to hopefully help you find a game that you're interested in so you can share it with people you care about. This game here is called Dungeon Alliance. Normally I have the lid, I can show that off, but I set it over there with a bunch of shit in it. So that's not happening today. But this is a drafting dungeon crawl. It's really emphasis is on drafting. We draft cards, we draft characters, we draft tiles in this dungeon. This game was kickstarted maybe, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, and I have never played it. I didn't actually kickstart it. I bought it at retail. I like a pretty big discount from my local retailer, and it's sat on the shelf ever since. I'm hoping to do a bit of a purge of games this year, and I thought it's about time this one hit the table. It is notoriously best with one, so we are going to give it a whirl today and see what we get. I'm still in ads. Tell me what I missed. You shouldn't be in ads, Gecko, but that's weird. That's weird. Like, you really shouldn't be. Trombone was complaining earlier about ads, but that was because I manually started one, which should stop pre-roll ads from existing. But here we are. Anyways, let's have a look-see at this game. Okay, this is Dungeon Alliance. This thing is eating up my whole table. We're really only concerned with this kind of center area here for the most part. This is our starting little area. I'm actually going to get rid of this. They give you this frame for when you're playing the game so that you can't exceed this area, but it's like it doesn't lock together. It's just kind of set there, and it's really flimsy and dumb, and I'm just going to get annoyed with it, I know. So we're just going to have to remember that as we explore the dungeon, we can make at most a 3x3 grid. This one has to be, this is kind of our vertical center, you know? Surely I won't mess that up. Surely not. So in this game, we are going to play as 4 little adventurers here, and we're going to have a hand of cards. It's a deck building game. So each adventurer here, I drafted these. I have no idea what anybody does. I just picked all the dwarves because I thought that'd be funny. So we ended up with... Oh, let's see if the card cam's working. It was giving me trouble. Oh, it is. Sweet. Okay, so. Hey, Dispatchinator. So we got Belzeman, the dwarf priest, respected for his courage and prudence. Belzeman offers counsel to young and old alike. Wisdom derived from worshipping the old gods for countless generations. Listen, I think old gods aside, that guy's basically me. Respected for courage and prudence. Surely. Okay, so we got Belzeman. We're going to put him in the front. Actually, no, we're going to put him back here. We're going to let this guy, Krolt. Krolt is a warrior, a natural leader with dark ambitions. Krolt is a powerful warrior who commands respect and loyalty until he considers you expendable. Sounds like a jerk who can be at the front of the party. Okay. We've got Lorna here, a half-orc priest, so we have a 2-priest party. Lorna has devoted her life to the dark gods she serves. She calls upon their aid to uplift her allies and confound her enemies. There's a joke here that, never mind. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. And then we have the least dwarfy name ever, I think. Good to see you again. Have a great time. Thanks, Chia Kitten. McFarlane, which just makes me think of McLovin from Superbad. But anyway, this is a dwarf assassin, rugged and merciless. McFarlane Lecree strikes his victims from the deep shadows. You'll never detect his presence unless he's come to collect his fee. Of course, a dwarf makes a great assassin because they're little, they're short, they're sneaky, you know? So, we're going to place these guys onto the board here, okay? And we're going to slowly build this dungeon here. Now, this is a game for 1 to 4 players. Normally, you'd be building a larger dungeon. You'd have multiple players kind of on each side. It's like a race to get the most experience. For us, we're going to play 4 rounds, and then we essentially get like a score based on how well we did. We're going to get more points for exploring the dungeon and for eliminating monsters. So these 4 heroes each gave us 3 cards to start with that we've added to our hand here. And like this one here is a blessing, okay? So the cards have restrictions. This one, basically, this can only be used by my dwarf priest, right? All the starting cards can only be used by the character that contributed them to your deck, essentially. I need to be a dwarf, and I need to have 2 like priest icons in order to use this ability. It's going to give me some special stuff I can do. Okay, all the cards are like that with various different restrictions on who can play them and that sort of thing. So we start with 12. We're going to shuffle them up, and we're going to get a hand of 6 of them. Okay, and from those 6 cards, we're essentially going to alternate between each round, or each turn rather. One of our heroes is going to activate, and then a monster is going to activate, and then one of our heroes, and then a monster. And once all of our heroes have activated, that's like the end of the round. We play 4 rounds like that, and then the game is over. There are some drafting things to do here. So when we explore the dungeon, we get to pick which of these 2 tiles to put into the dungeon. So this one, for instance, we can see it has a couple wargs in the corner, whereas this one has a goblin, probably the easiest enemy, in each corner. Okay? And the game is very, very liberal in like allowing us to explore. Basically, we can, whether there's a door or not, we can always explore into adjacent areas in order to make a 3x3 grid. It just costs us a little bit more effort to find a secret door if there isn't one present there. And each round we get to potentially spend experience that we've earned in order to draft some cards here. Okay? Normally, like with multiple players, you go through these cards, and anybody who can't use the cards, or any cards that can't be used, get discarded. In the solo game, that doesn't happen. This bot here is going to be discarding cards from here fairly regularly for us. Okay? But essentially, there's the same restrictions on these cards as on the cards in our initial pile. So, for instance, this enchanted broadsword, we would need to have this icon on our character and have this in our hand in order to use it. So, either McFarlane or Krolt could make use of the enchanted broadsword, but our priests aren't going to be able to do it. Some cards have this little golden thing on it. Anybody can use those. So we can all use the Helm of Guidance here. And there's quite a few that nobody could use. But they'll just get cycled over the course of the game. So, hey, Allison, happy Sunday. Welcome in, nice to see you. Just getting started here. Trying to do some dungeon crawling, seeing what happens. So, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Our dungeon is extremely modest right now. Just a single tile. Okay? We use these icons to mark which of our characters have taken their turn. And we get to draw cards between each activation, but we're limited on how many we can draw and how many we have in hand. And actually, as we build a bigger deck, we get more card draw. It's on this little table over here. So right now we have 0 cards that we've drafted. So at the end of each hero's activation, we can discard 1 card and then draw up to 6. And as we add more, we could like discard 4 or 5 and draw up to 8 cards, for instance. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I drafted an almost entirely dwarf party here, rightly or wrongly. And we only got cards that can be used by dwarves. We got none of... Poor Lorna is a half-orc who's just hanging out with a bunch of dwarves. We got none of her cards in hand, so probably we're not going to activate her. Okay? Each turn, we move, and then we can attack. But we can't. Once we've stopped our movement, that's it. So we essentially can either move twice and not attack, not move and attack twice, or move and attack. But if we move and attack, we have to do it in that order. Move first, then attack. Okay? And no run in with half our movement, attack, and run away or anything like that. So, Krolt is obviously our choice of who we want to activate here. Now, we get to activate these guys whether or not we play cards. We don't have to play cards in order to, to activate our heroes. So we can just choose who we want to activate. We're going to say Krolt. We're going to move this icon off just to indicate, or maybe we flip it over. Let's flip it over just to indicate that his turn, he has been activated. Okay. And then we can spend up to his movement. He has up to 3 movement available. Okay. So he can move forward 1. Movement's very flexible. You can move diagonally or whatever. When we get to a door onto an adjacent tile, we can open that door for 1 movement point. Okay. So let's just get in here and see what happens. So we'll spend 1 more point of movement to open and place this tile. Okay. So we know we get to draft what's on we get to pick what's on the other side of the door, which is kind of weird, but cool. So instead of going for the wargs, we're going to try going for the 4 goblin tile. Is that a good move? I have no idea. But when we put that there, we're going to put out all these enemies. They're just represented by little cardboard chits here. Okay, and these show us the stats for that respective enemy. So you can probably, make an educated guess here. They have 2 health, they have 5 movement, they have no armor, and 2 attack. I think that's attack. No, it's 2 attack. Sorry, my mistake. It's 2 health and 2 attack. All right. They also all generally have a special ability of some kind. The goblin, when attacking, adds +1 combat die to his ranged attack. So, okay, so we've spent 2 movement on the board here. Surely we're gonna just race in here and try to kill one of these goblins, right? So 1 to move forward, 2 to open the door, and we can either sissy out, we'll just wimp out and hang out over here, or run away or something, or we can get in their face. We got to choose a way that we're gonna face. We're gonna face this goblin on the right, and we can attack him. Okay. So we can make a melee or ranged attack. Let's see what else we have in our hand. Maybe we can actually use a card in a deck building game to do something useful. So we can't activate any of these. What can we do? Oh yes, we can. We can do these guys on our friend Krolt. We can't do any of these. None of these are available to us. Maybe we actually should have activated our priest or looked at our cards first. This card here, Ruthless Commander. Maneuver. For the rest of this round, you and all allies who activate within 2 spaces of you may choose to discard 1 card from hand to gain 1 movement and 1 attack for the rest of the turn. Each hero may only do this once. That would have been cooler if I had done that, if we were closer together. I mean, yeah, because activating is when we move and stuff. So nobody's gonna, because we moved away, nobody else is gonna activate near us. So there are some restrictions on these cards. Generally, you can only play one card of each color per character per round. Kind of broadly. I don't think we need to play any of these. Draw one card and then draw one additional card for every 2 wound tokens you possess. Let's just give that a try and see what happens. So we take that card and we put it underneath our character to show that we've done it. And we draw another card. There we go. Hack. +1 attack. You may add an additional +1, but you must then receive 2 wound tokens after each attack that you make this turn. All right, cool. So we have a bunch of options here. So when we attack, it's like deterministic. We're not going to roll dice or anything like that. Okay, we have 3 melee attack. Okay, so we have to be in melee range to attack somebody, and this goblin has no defense. So we essentially just look at the difference between our attack and their defense, and that's how much damage they would take. So with our 3 damage, we can simply defeat them, right? And then when we do so, this goblin, which is off camera, we can just defeat this goblin with an attack, okay? And we're gonna gain 1 XP for doing so. We use XP in order to draft additional cards. Oh, wait. Took it from the wrong place. And our XP is essentially our score at the end of the game. What's better, a dead hero or a wimp that's alive? Triple L Supreme. I don't know. Around here, we're going to go for a dead hero. I feel like I've just been babbling like an idiot. Well, that's a really relevant quote, considering I missed chat for like 5 minutes there while babbling like an idiot. Hope you guys are well. Okay, so after activating, we can spend XP to purchase 1 card. We spend this collectively as a group. It goes into like our kind of, group discard pile. But largely the cards that are here are garbage tier for us, right? The only one that we would really like to get is this enchanted broadsword. That'd be cool to have. That'd be really cool to have. It'd be really good for us. But it costs 2 XP, and we only have 1. So we will not be purchasing it. We can't use these ones here, and we don't have enough for this one either. So we're just not going to purchase a card this round. And then we can now discard as many cards as we want in order to, or not as many as we want. We can discard up to our limit of 1. Very different from as many as we want. We can discard up to 1 card. Sir, did you check your posture? Look, I'll try. It's hard, Trombone, it's hard. So we can discard up to 1 card and then draw up to 6. So we're going to discard this Ruthless Commander card because only our only Krolt here can use it. We didn't use it this past round, and we might as well draw 2 cards instead. And I believe that this card is just going to stay put here. It's essentially like out of play until we've gone through the whole round. So there's a couple other things we can do. We can take any 2 cards and play them face down in order to give ourselves like a burst, what is it called? A burst of strength, which can give us extra movement or attack. But we can only do that once per character, and then those 2 cards are out until the following round, when we get all of our cards back. So we essentially reduce our overall number of cards when we're playing them, and potentially that means, because we're drawing after every hero, we potentially have fewer and fewer cards to play with. We might have not a full hand on some of the other hero turns. Now, we have to, after each hero activation, the enemies activate. Normally there's like a really simple sequence we follow, but in the solo game, we have a little card over here that's going to tell us what to do. So we do the top row. So these cards get removed from the game. Okay. So So these two are out forever. We never get them back. Sorry, cards. And they do get replaced immediately with the Ring of Command. Can be used by anybody. And the Ice. That seems like a very... Oh, it's an attack spell. I thought it was like an ice cube or something. It seemed very pedestrian. So we replace those, and then we follow the rest of our card here. So like in this next setup, we're doing one of these things. If both of them are possible, we get to choose which one. If neither is possible, we have to do the thing at the bottom. So this top one here says we're going to have a monster attack. So either the highest XP monster... Here, let's look at this over here. Either the highest XP monster is going to attack the... is going to move into position and then attack the... So, like, whoever has the lowest defense, okay? Or... And they're going to attack anybody, essentially, but they're going to get +2 to their attack. So we get to choose between those. Now, back on the board here, we can move diagonally. So, like, this guy could move through this doorway, even though we're in front of it. So we can't like normally move through enemies, but in like diagonal movement, we totally can. Also, I was supposed to put like a nice open door on here, because you know I'll forget otherwise. So who's got the lowest armor? Krolt's only got 2. Actually, everybody has the lowest armor except for our priest. So this guy could simply attack our friend Krolt here. Easy. Okay, so that way we're not having to add extra damage. It's just their base damage. Okay, so they attack for 2. I don't think their attack works any differently than our attack does. They attack for 2. Krolt here has 2 defense. Now, we do have some cards. I don't think we have any yet, but some are like reaction cards that we can play to add additional defense. But in this case, we don't actually care because functionally, these goblins, they suck. They only have 2, so I think they just miss. Sucks to suck, goblins. Let's make sure that it's not somehow a hit on an even thing. And unlike heroes, the monsters can't attack twice, even if they don't move. Likewise, they can't move twice, even if they don't attack. We can do that. They can't. Alright, yeah. So that's that. They don't hit us. They suck. Sweet. Just want to check something really quick here so I don't make an error for the whole duration of the game, because that would suck. All right. Let's continue. So we flip this goblin over to indicate that he has been activated this round, and then we play our next turn. So, yeah, I feel like auto mod, you know, wasn't out of turn in moderating that, but that's I don't know. Add permitted term isn't quite what I wanted to do, but I guess that's just a permitted term now. Also, I definitely drew one too many cards because I have 7, not 6. Okay, so what did we gain? We gained blinding light. This is something our priest can use. Basically lets us debuff an enemy. That'd be cool, right? We also got a thing that only Krolt can do. So we got lots of priest cards basically in hand. And we got a couple cards here. Deadly Aim. You gain +1 attack against each target that you attack who's exactly 2 spaces away from you. Wow, that would be great to use Deadly Aim if we had multiple targets we could attack at once. Ranged attacks have to be at ranged distance of 2 or 3. We need line of sight. Line of sight is center to center. It's really easy. Poison Blade, spend 1 speed to play this card. Whenever you inflict at least 1 damage against an enemy this turn, you immediately inflict an additional 2 damage against that enemy. Yikes. Okay, so let's see what McFarlane can do here. We can move up to 5. We're gonna end up, because our priest can only move 3, right? He can't actually get far enough over here. He could go exploring, I suppose. I think we should just go slow and steady, clear out this room before we split up and die. So let's activate McFarlane here, okay? And he can move up to 5, but he has ranged attack of 2. So it's kind of yucky. Seems weird. Our assassin just loves the bow, even though he's clearly pictured with a knife, and this is him applying poison to a knife. I think we can only do attacks with ranged until such time as we have, you know, another card we can play that lets us do something else, which we don't. So let's just waltz in here. We can go 1, 2, 3. We can just hang out over there, because we need to be at least 1 away from enemies in order to do a ranged attack. Okay, and then we can just do a ranged attack against this guy. We have an attack of 2. That guy's got 2 health. He's dead. We gain 1 XP. Sorry, Goblin. These guys are very, very trivial for us to defeat. The first easiest enemies in the game. Who'da thunk it? Also, I was supposed to flip up this card so we would know what's going to happen. That Ring of Command card that we can actually purchase is going to get discarded or get removed from the game. This one just gets discarded, so it can potentially get cycled through. I don't know if that's a realistic outcome. Yeah, anyways. Okay, so we now have 2 XP. Do we want to buy a card? What could we buy? We could buy one of these 2. We can actually use these ones. We can't use any of the other ones, so we don't have to concern ourselves with them at all. And also, Risto, wait, you have a daughter? Agreed wholeheartedly, Trombone. I had no idea. So, this treasure card here, the Helm of Guidance, anyone can use this. Whenever you or your pet attacks, roll a combat die and add the result to your attack total. That's pretty cool. And this Ring of Command, spend 1 movement to target 1 ready monster that is 2 to 3 spaces away from you. Roll a combat die and add 1 to the result. The total is equal to or greater than that monster's level. The monster is exhausted. Okay, so the Ring of Command lets us avoid future attacks. We would exhaust that monster. That means they don't activate that round, right? The Helm of Guidance just gives us a bunch of attack, though. Now, this Ring of Command is going to get discarded. This could be situationally really useful against, like, just some of the monsters are a lot harder than others. Let's buy this Ring of Command because it's this clever play. Okay, so we spend our 2 XP. There's still points for us at the end of the game, but we can no longer spend them. We just flip them over to indicate that. Okay. And then our monsters are going to activate. So we're going to discard this Trickster card. It's out of the game. This one just gets discarded to the deck so it can come back in. Ice. They get replaced. Retribution and Elusive. Those are cards that we could use. This Elusive card here, this is a reaction. So it gives us 2 additional armor. You may play this card after an attack is made. But of course it has to be in our hand to do that. Oh, hey, and we drafted a card, so we can now discard 2 cards at the end of each hand, or at the end of each turn, instead of only one. I don't know that we have. Let's just discard 2 cards and get those priest cards into our hand. I should have done that before activating the monsters, but I forgot because I'm bad. Okay, so either a monster is going to attack a gnome or a priest with a +1 attack. That's our current AI card here. Or they're going to attack anybody +2. So we kind of want to satisfy that condition if we can. Now it has to be this monster because all of the other monsters have activated. So this is the guy who's going to activate in order to attack a priest. I don't think he can, because, or I guess he can move through this guy. He could go 1, 2, 3, 4 and attack a priest, because we can move diagonally. So he's going to attack. We get to choose who he attacks. Let's have him attack our friend Belzeman over here. He can do it from there. It's fine. Belzeman has 3 armor. He attacks with +1, and we take no damage, and he's exhausted. He picked the. We're gonna play and make them attack. We're gonna make them have suboptimal moves as much as possible because we have no idea the difficulty of this game. And then if it turns out it's too easy, we'll just make them be really mean to us for next play. All right. So next turn, we're going to discard Retribution, which sucks because we could use it, but we can't actually afford it. And then they're going to attack a dwarf, but there's nobody to activate. So in fact, we don't have to worry about that. Okay. Oh, I guess if there's no monsters to activate, then we do the otherwise part of the card. That sucks. Okay, so who is going to go this time? We have Lorna or Belzeman. I don't know that it makes a difference. Either one of them. I mean, Belzeman attacks for 1. That's pathetic. Okay, so all right, let's activate Belzeman here, and we're gonna play this blessing card. This is how we you support them being really mean to me. Let's see if I have any hope in hell first. So this blessing card, we can actually cast on anyone. It could be ourselves or it could be someone else. But let's cast it on Lorna. For the rest of the round, you and all allies who activate within 3 spaces of you gain 1 movement as well as 1 attack or 1 ranged. I'm going to assume that applies retroactively to Belzeman. We're just going to play that way. We cast the blessing. We're happy. And we're going to attack this ugly... I guess... Do we want to move first? Probably we want to move first. So let's use our movement. We only get 3, but we can actually open this door because we're diagonally adjacent to it. So... let's open this door. We either can go into the spider room full of, you know, nice, lovely spiders. Poison is really bad in this game. Or we can go into the warg room full of nice, lovely... let's go that one. Let's avoid the poison. And let's put it nice and far away. So we'll spend... 2 of our movement to open that door. The wargs are really good at defending. They always face the way that the door that opened. They face toward the open door. How old's your daughter, Risto? If you don't mind me asking. Feel free not to... if you don't want to, like, reveal that, that's cool. Okay, so the wargs are there, and then we're going to smuck this goblin in the head. He dies, because we do an extra 1 damage from our buff there, our blessing. And then, we continue on our merry way. So, we're going to discard Retribution here. We only have 1 XP from that kill. So we don't have enough to buy any cards that we want. I guess we could buy Elusive. Reaction gives us 2 additional things. It can be played by everybody except Lorna. Let's buy that for 1. Sure. And then Retribution gets discarded. I guess this would have been there. Gold key and protection. This dagger gets removed from the game. And then the highest XP monster, which is now... a warg, it's one of these guys, either is going to attack a dwarf, which is absolutely possible for +1, or attack any target for +2. So this warg can move 1, 2, 3 and attack our friend the Belzeman here, who has 3 armor, so that's pretty good. Unfortunately for us, our warg has 4 attack, so we will take 1 damage. Damn it, Belzeman, you let me down. We don't have that reaction card in our hand, obviously. Okay. I also, once again, forgot to do the thing where I draw cards. So, whoops. So obviously it's Lorna's turn to activate now. She's the last one left. At the end of this round, we are going to add an additional exhausted monster, it looks like. I don't know exactly how that works. Let's see. 19, so it was, she's seen one before, but it was a sight she didn't want to see. Okay, well at least it's not like, you know. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Oh, this actually flips the highest XP exhausted monster back over. So whether we like it or not, one of these guys is going to end up attacking us because we probably can't kill both. I don't even know if we can kill this guy, right? He's got 3 HP and some armor. And Lorna over here probably isn't the most you know, the best at attacking. She does get +1. Now she only has a ranged attack. So let's see, what can we do with Lorna here? Now, because we do have 2 priests, we actually have a ton of cards. Oh wait, she can't use these ones because she's not a dwarf. Never mind, she can't use those. But we have all of her priest cards in hand. So, Blinding Light. Place your hero token on one enemy that is 2 to 3 spaces away. That target... Okay, so that's a debuff. That doesn't help us when we go last. Celestial Wrath. Spend 1 movement to play this card, and then target either yourself or 1 ally. For the rest of this round, that target gets +2. Okay. But we can't have more than 1 buff, and we already have a +1, a shittier version of that. Unlucky. And group heal. Spend 1 movement to remove 1 wound token from yourself and every ally within 2 spaces. I mean, we could heal our friend just because it's in our hand. Why not? Okay, so let's look here. We can move. We cost us 2 movement to move away from an enemy that's like adjacent to us. So 2 of our 4 movement is used up, but I think we're just gonna stay here and try to kill this dude. Okay, so we have 2 + 1, 3 attack. They have 1 armor, so we'll only do 2 damage. We need to find a way to do 2 additional damage, which I don't think we can actually muster. If I hadn't blessed, if I hadn't used this stupid blessing, we could have done it. But I did. So... Okay, so what we can do, though, is we can do our healing spell. Because we have 1 additional movement still. That costs us 1 movement. So we'll heal Belzum in here for 1. And then... well, let's just do our best attack here. So we will attack for 2 + 1, and we'll discard 2 cards face down, because that's a thing we can do. Let's discard 2 cards face down. I think maybe we'll discard these 2 to get our burst of strength. That gets us... Ooh! Oh, that doesn't help us. Oh, yes, it does. Hey, that lets us play the same card type. So then we can play our enhance spell. Okay. That costs us our last movement. We've spent 2 to move, 1 on this enhance spell, 1 on our group heal. And that lets us target either ourselves or an ally and get +2 attack. So we have +2, +3. We have 5 total. Our warg over here has 1 armor. Oh, he only had 3 health anyway, not 4. I'm a fool. But the important thing is that warg is now dead. And we get 2 XP for our troubles. So, the question remains, I guess, do we want to... I didn't replace this card. Do we want to draft a card? Yes, we do. We always want to draft cards. We can only draft 1 each turn, but drafting them gives us a bigger hand limit, so we can play more cards, all that sort of stuff. It doesn't hurt our score. So we can draft Protection. Just reduces our damage by a flat 2. We could buy that Helm of Guidance. Roll a combat. Yeah, let's buy that. Let's spend 2 and buy this Helm of Guidance. It seems rad. We're going to buy this thing. So, whenever you and or your pet attacks this turn, I don't think we have a pet with any of these characters, roll a combat die and add the result to your attack total. Now, the combat die actually sucks, okay? it is 0 on 3 faces, a 1 on 2 faces, and then a 2 and a 3 on 1 face. But like on average, we're gonna add, you know, 1.5 to our rolls with that card, or to our attacks, which is pretty cool. Okay, we're not gonna discard anything, but we do have to draw. We still get I still have a hand limit of 6, unfortunately. And we're going to I guess we're gonna, the highest XP exhausted monster flips back over. That's this goblin. It's not gonna affect us very much because it's right at the end of the round, so he's not gonna activate another time anyway. Because then the highest XP monster, which is this warg, is gonna attack the lowest armor person, or attack anyone for +2. Well, we're just gonna let him attack Lorna here because she can heal it anyway. He's gonna race in, bite her face. He has 4 attacks. She only has 2 armor, so she will take 2 wounds. And I'm not gonna exhaust him because I think that's the end of the round and everybody gets readied. So we all flip face up again. Any cards we placed under here, so the 4 that we used over the course of the round, those all get discarded. Okay? And that's kind of weird. Anyways, I don't know how we would, well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so these all get discarded, including these 2 that we placed face down. So we have actually like very few cards for this next sequence. I guess these will get shuffled in, but we don't have those ones available yet. The ones we used are kind of probably out for next round, right? If we were poisoned, we would take an additional point of damage, which is sucky. We don't want that. But I think we cure poison just by healing it like any other wound, so it's not horrible. We get up to our 6 cards, which we've got here. We get to keep cards between rounds, so any we didn't discard remain in our hand, whether that's something good or bad, just the way it goes. Okay? And then, potentially, there is a limited number of XP tokens in this on these decks up here. So when we've earned a total of 8 XP, we essentially replace the decks of cards here. Or, well, we start adding from the level 2 deck instead of from the level 1 deck. So we start getting better cards to add to our deck, potentially. But we're not there yet. So, that was 1 round. We only get 4 rounds of play, and then the game is over. Okay? So, we've done 1 out of 4. And let's see, how are we going to earn an actual score, a good score in this game? Let's take a look. We get XP tokens, 1 per. We lose 4 XP for every spot we didn't explore, so we're probably going to have to split up here. And every monster remaining on the board that we didn't kill is also negative XP. So we basically want to explore the whole dungeon and kill stuff in order to score well. And it's sort of a little wishy-washy on whether you should just play 4 rounds, because the game can end when all of the XP has been taken. I don't think we're going to get there anyway. I don't think we need to worry about that. Anyways, it's a little wishy-washy on when it should end in a solo game. But, alright. So. Ooh, what the hell is this thing? Who's this guy? That is a death fairy, I think. Ooh. I don't like the look of her. Seems unnecessarily mean. It's weird. Something that's like a strange thing about... is that the Death Fairy? Yeah, it is. A lot of the art in this game is reversed in different areas, and it makes it hard to tell at a glance what's what. Okay, so... what do we got in hand? We have priest cards. We got a couple of our cards for Krult, right? We got our Poison Blade and our Deadly Aim. These would be great if we had more monsters on the map. So maybe it's time for us to split up a little bit here. We can open doors whenever. We can only open locked doors if there's no monsters in our area, but that's okay. I feel like we should probably end this warg's career before we go exploring further. Just because he's going to activate first. This guy, this goblin activating, who cares, right? So... we could try the Ring of Command. Spend 1 movement to target 1 ready monster that is 2 to 3 spaces away from you. Roll 1 combat die and add 1 to the result. If the total is equal to or greater than the monster's level, the monster is exhausted. Mind you, the Death Fairy has 3 health and 4 armor. So maybe let's save that Ring of Command and let's find that Death Fairy and kill her. So how else are we going to do it? We can hack at the guy. +1 damage. You may add an additional +1. You must then receive 2 wound tokens after each attack that you make this turn. So the warg only has 1 defense. And... okay, if Krult runs up and hacks at the warg, he will die. So let's do that. Krult is going to activate. He spends 2 movement to get away from this goblin here. Okay? And then he's going to hack this warg's head off. So he has 3 + 1, that is 4. The warg has 1 armor, 3 health. He's dead. See ya, warg. Oh, wait. I forgot this earlier. The warg, when defending, we add 1 combat die to the warg's defense. So we have to roll this first. Let's just assume we're going to do the special hack. We're going to take 2 wounds. We are actually attacking with a 5. And he has 1 armor plus whatever we get here. +1. So he got 2 armor. Meaning we did 3 damage, and we did in fact kill him. I forgot that with the other warg. We'll just live with it. You guys can think less of me later, whatever, or now. Either way. And, yeah, okay. So, do we want to buy a card? Probably. We get 2 more XP from that warg. So we have 2 XP left to spend. Jamie, no audio. Oh man, but Jamie, we have things to talk about. But I appreciate the lurk anyway. Thank you. Heroic Logic, welcome in. Okay, we have 2 XP. We can only ever buy 1 card. This Sylvan Bow seems pretty rad, but sadly, we cannot use it because I took a really low. We don't have a whole heck of a lot of diversity in our almost all dwarven team. Our 3 dwarves and a really disgruntled half orc, you know. So, This Fury card seems pretty rad. So Krolt or McFarlane could use this. They are both good at looking grumpy and angry like that. +1 attack. If you defeat at least one enemy this turn, you may make one additional attack against another enemy. Now, of course, the problem with that is they only attack melee, but if they're like right in the midst of it, that might be really good. Let's just do it. You know, we need to be more on the offensive here if we're going to get a decent score. So let's just buy that Fury card and call it a day. Okay, now the monsters activate. So on this card, we're going to discard this spider tile. Oh no, we never get to go to the spider room. What a shame. Ah, shit, it's more spiders. Okay, well, anyway. And then our highest XP monster is going to attack a gnome if they can, or somebody with a warrior type. So with +1. So if we were playing on easy, try to be nice to ourselves mode here. We could actually, it doesn't matter. Let's just he's gonna just shoot his bow at our friend McFarlane here, who has 2 defense. So, oh, I guess it actually matters this time because we could have done our. We're not gonna play this, and we would have drawn our cards first before they activate. I think suddenly this matters. Yeah, we draft and discard and draw, and then the monsters activate. Okay, we didn't get our little response card anyway, so it doesn't matter. So we're going to take a damage. So suddenly we're not looking so hot. Everybody's taking a little bit of damage. McFarlane's taken 1. Lorna's taken 2. She's got 6 health left. But that's okay. That's okay. This guy's activated. We got only 1 enemy on the board, and he is not going to reactivate this turn. So it is time to go end this Death Fairy with our Ring of Command and really, 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 really hope that we don't screw it up and fail. Because there's a there's a 30% chance that we roll and just flub it. So okay, let's activate McFarlane this time. Krolt has gone. McFarlane's gonna go. He's got 5 movement, so he can just like sprint all over the place. So he can afford 1 to unlock this door. And we're gonna put this weird ass Death Fairy on here, which I do not like at all. Not even a little bit. So the Death Fairy has an ability called Alacrity. The Death Fairy always moves the shortest distance needed to make an attack. When attacking, he converts his unspent movement into attack. He has 6 movement. Oh, this is gonna go badly. I can feel it. Okay, so we open that door. And we're going to move 1 here and face, because McFarlane's actually ranged, right? But we can't run away afterwards, right? And we know that this guy's going to activate. So hopefully we didn't screw this up really badly. So mostly we were riding on this here. Spend 1 movement. We spent 2 movements so far. We have 3 left. So we can spend 1 movement to target a ready monster. That's a ready monster. Can't be exhausted. 2 to 3 spaces away. Roll 1 combat die and add 1 to the result. If it's equal to or greater than the monster's level, the monster is exhausted. Oh, it only gets exhausted. It doesn't die. Okay, we actually can't miss this because we add +1 and their level is 1. So, oh, good. We got that 3 out of our system so we don't get it later. Cool. I'm going to get rid of this door. We don't need the doors. It's very obvious. Anyways, we've exhausted this monster. That's probably good. We're not going to get attacked by it. Now we have to try and kill it, though. So we're going to play our Helm of Guidance. This thing has 4 armor and 3 health. We need to do 7 to it. And we kind of want to do... We don't want to attack it repeatedly, like, and do 5 3 times or something. So we're just going to try and go hard here. We're going to play our Helm of Guidance. Whenever you or your pet attacks this turn, roll a combat die and add the result to your total. Okay. And we're going to use this maneuver. Oh, wait, I can't do this one because it's a treasure card. We've already played a treasure. Shit. Okay. We got to make this happen. So we're going to play these 2 face down to get our burst of strength, to play an additional card that's the same type. And we'll play our Helm of Guidance, and then our poison blade and our deadly aim. So we get +1 against... Maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need the Helm of Guidance. We can reduce its armor by 2 just by playing our deadly aim. Let's choose to believe. Let's choose to believe. We're going to play a Poison Blade. It says spend 1 to play this card. Whenever you inflict at least 1 damage, you immediately do an additional 2 damage. Okay? And then we get +1 attack. So we'll have a total of 3. And they have -2 armor. Well, that doesn't work. We're going to end up doing... Oh, yeah, that totally works. Okay, so we have a total of 3, and they have -2 armor. So the Death Fairy over here has 4 armor, -2. So they have 2 armor. We're going to hit them with an attack of 3. That means we would do 1 damage, but we get 2 additional damage. They only have 3 health. The Death Fairy is, in fact, dead. And we get 3 XP for our trouble. So at the end of this round, we're going to start putting out... we're going to start putting out the level 2 cards. I think we only do that. We only switch over at the end of the round, though. So, that worked out pretty good. That worked out pretty good. Do we want to buy a card? We have 3 XP. None of them cost 3. Gold key. Spend 1 to automatically open an adjacent locked door. Despite the presence of enemies, that's going to help us explore fast, potentially. What's this Sacred Warhammer? That looks kind of rad. A priest can have this. 3 melee attack, so it's better than our attack on Belzament or Lorna, and Lorna doesn't have melee. Yeah, okay. For the rest of this turn, each time you play a card that allows you to remove a wound, we remove an extra wound. Oh my gosh, okay. We're going to buy that. That thing is rad. That costs us 2 XP. I forgot to flip out this thing to see what was going to happen, as if it was going to make a difference to how I was going to play. Okay, do we want to discard any of these cards? I don't think so. I think we want to keep... I mean, we're never going to use this pick lock card. So maybe let's discard it. And then our hand limit actually... Have we drafted 3 cards or 4 now? I think 4. Our hand limit is 7. So, we draw up to our hand limit. Which means we might see some of these new cards we bought, and some of the ones that we used last time that were played and stuck here, right? Alright. Oh wait, that's 6. 7. Okay, so then, unfortunately, we are discarding another dungeon tile, which is making us go through and get to the level 2 tiles faster. That one has 2 Death Fairies on it. That took everything we had to kill the Death Fairy. And then there are no active monsters to play. Like this guy was already activated. So we're going to do the otherwise condition down here, which I think just means we lose a point. Flip 1 XP, token face down. Well, that sucks. Ah. Okay, we don't lose a point, but we just have that XP, less XP available to us. Okay, so who's left to activate? Lorna here and Belzeman, so our priests, basically. So we want to be able to heal. Minor healing on Belzeman here. Spend 1 movement to remove up to 2 wound tokens from yourself or from an adjacent ally. Okay, so if there's no monsters on the map, just everybody's going to take 1 damage. So we got to do some exploring this turn. So as much as I would like Belzeman to heal us up, he only has 3 movement. So we are instead going to have our friend... Man, we don't have any cards any of the cards from Lorna in our hand. So that's kind of suboptimal. But there's no way we can... I mean, we could walk over here and explore here, but then Lorna's going to get punched in the back. That's going to suck. So how are we going to do it? Whoa, whoopsies. Do I want to get... And I can't even play the healing, the minor healing either. Okay, well, we want to use Lorna's healing ability. It would be a shame not to. So we're going to activate Belzeman. And we're going to go 1, 2, and open this door. The Death Fairies will kill us, so we're taking this one. Which has 2 giant spiders. And a satyr. What could go wrong? It'll be fine. And then we're gonna use we're gonna do a burst of strength. So we're gonna play 2 cards face down in order to gain 1 additional movement, so that we can play our minor healing spell. Spend 1 movement to remove up to 2 wound tokens from yourself or an adjacent ally. So we're going to remove those from Lorna so that hopefully she doesn't just immediately die. And then I think we're kind of tapped out here. So let's discard this one. And we can discard up to 3. All of these are good though. So then we're going to draw up to 7. We got all Lorna's cards. I mean, we kind of knew that that was going to happen. But that's good. That's good. And then these 2 cards get discarded, or removed from the game, rather. Oh, wait, yeah. Only at the end of the round do we put out the level 2 cards. Okay, and then the highest XP enemy, that's this guy. Satyr or Satyr? Which one is it? The debate rages. When he attacks, the target does not benefit from dodging defense. There's 2 types of defense in this game. So, he's going to attack somebody with the lowest armor. So, and he is ranged. So he's just going to stay put and attack Lorna. He's going to shoot her in the back, because that's the type of guy that he is. What a jerk. So he has 3 attack. You know, thankfully she has armor. You basically either have armor or agility, which you use to reduce attacks. He ignores agility, but thankfully she has 2 armor. So she will only take 1 damage from his attack. And then now it is Lorna's turn to activate. So we got the Sacred Warhammer in here. We also had Elusive, which was a reaction that let us gave us agility, but that didn't help us with his attack specifically. So let's see what we got here. We got the group heal. Spend 1 movement to remove 1 wound token from yourself and every ally within 2 spaces of you. What was the thing that let us get extra? Oh, is the Sacred Warhammer. Okay, so we can equip our Sacred Warhammer. That lets us do a melee attack for 3 if we want to. Or we can just use our bow for 2. Okay, so we can equip that, and it says, for the rest of the turn, each time you play a card that allows you to remove a wound, remove an extra wound from 1 of your targets. But that means we can spend 1 of our 4 movement on this group heal. And we get to remove 1 wound token from ourselves and every ally within 2 spaces. So that's everybody except for McFarlane, but we can actually remove both of them from Krolt here. So everyone's topped up except for McFarlane. We don't really like him anyway. I gotta check something about attacking. I think when we attack twice, we can only do it if we spend no movement at all. So if we played a card or something, we can't do it. Does not spend any speed points. Okay, cool. So we cannot attack twice. So one of these spiders is gonna, you know, come over and try to... this spider hates orcs too. Hates half orcs. They're racist. So one of the racist spiders is gonna attack us. I don't think we have any way of defeating both of them. But what does the spider do? Presumably, it does poison damage instead. Okay. So, we're going to face in here. Okay. These guys have 2 armor, but only 1 health. So... we're going to use our Celestial Wrath. That costs us another movement. We've spent 2 movements so far out of our 4. That gives us +2. And we can just attack one of these spiders. I don't think there's anything else we need to do here. So... we can play our Blinding Light, our control spell, which makes this guy have -2 attack. And we can attack this dude, this other spider here. Whoa, wrong one. This other spider, and he dies. So we kill the spider, we gain an XP. Do we want to go shopping with our 1 XP? I don't think we do. I think, well, I guess we could get the protection or gold key. Gold key, spend 1 movement to automatically open a locked door or a locked chest. We haven't experienced any of those, but there's probably more coming in the later tiles here. There's lots of tiles in the game. We only use half of them. That one has a Hydra on it. That's going to be fun. Let's take the protection card for 1 XP. Okay, we can now discard up to 4 cards. But I think we actually like these ones. We have a hand of 7. So we would draw back up to 7. All of the cards that we played this turn are out, which unfortunately means Lorna gets 0 cards for next turn. They're all right here. So that's bad. I guess we got to do the monster activating first, though. So, this card gets discarded out of the game. This one gets put over here. I don't feel like that happens enough for it to be a meaningful distinction because we're going to end up switching decks also. Maybe there's things that let us search the market discard pile or something. Now, this guy can still activate. He's not exhausted. So he is going to attack, do a melee attack. He's going to run up and attack the nearest orc because he's that type of jerk. But because we blinded the spider, he has -2 attacks. So he only attacks for 1, and he will in fact miss. All right, so it's the end of the round. All of these guys are now back available again. So are all of our heroes. All these cards get discarded. Hope we didn't want Lorna to do anything anyway. I guess if we turn over our deck, we'll get these back. And what else do we need to do? Oh, we now no longer have the level 1 deck. We have the level 2 deck. But we don't replace the cards with them. We just start adding those as they go. Okay? And on this particular round, we're going to refresh an exhausted monster because we just reset up. There actually isn't going to be one. So we're just going to end up attacking whoever has the lowest armor, which is a little bit of everybody. So we got options this round. Now the satyr ignores agility defense, but that only matters for our friend McFarlane, who's on the other side of town, so we don't really care. Okay, so we want to explore these. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're halfway through the game. We've explored 4 tiles. We've explored really the easy tiles, though, right? So we want to make this happen. So I don't want to get killed by a Hydra, though. I really don't. Or 2 death fairies. That also seems very difficult to deal with. Now we do have a good hand here. We got our Fury that lets us like Krolt or McFarlane get an extra damage and do an extra attack. That'd be great for the Death Fairy room, right? We also have the Helm of Guidance that lets us roll to do extra damage. So that's all pretty cool. Now the problem is our poor guy Krolt can only move 3 and he's nowhere near the Death Fairy room. So, that isn't very helpful. Okay, let's have our priests come in here and clean up some of this mess. Right? Surely. So let's activate Belzeman here. Our weakest guy. How is he going to kill anyone? Can he even kill a spider? I'm not sure that he can. Well, let's find a way. So we're going to activate Belzeman. Our friend Belzeman is going to cast a blessing. For the rest of the round, you and all allies who activate within 3 spaces of you. I'm assuming that's activated at the start of their turn, like not right now. So that's kind of clumsy actually, but that's fine. We can move through, like through her and diagonally through the thing. So we only have 2 attack right now. The problem with that is this spider has 2 armor. We want to put him down. We're going to need at least 1 more attack, right? So I think the way that we're going to do that is we are going to get a burst of strength. So that gives us +1 attack. So we have +1, +2, or a total of 3. We can attack this spider. It dies. We gain 1 XP. We're basically living the dream here. Do we want to spend that 1 XP on anything? We could get Bash. That only works for our friend Lorna. Probably not. Tactical Advantage works for any dwarf. Any dwarf. +1 attack. You may discard up to 4 cards afterwards. Draw 1 for each card so we can turn over our hand and get additional damage. Yes, please. Let's take that guy. And now we get to put out additional cards from the round 2 deck. This is a revive. Lets us remove 5 wound tokens. Or give them an opportunity to activate twice in a round. That's rad. Okay, so Belzeman here is all done. So our highest XP monster is going to attack the person with the lowest armor. So they're going to attack Lorna. We went through this once before. They ignore agility, but she's got 2 armor. He's got 3 attack, so she's going to take 1 damage. We do have our reaction card in hand, but we can't use it right now because he ignores agility and it gives us agility. So next round, what's going to happen? We're going to, again, another monster is going to become available, no longer exhausted. This guy's not so bad. I mean, we could also just leave. We could run away. You know, I guess Belzeman here has been activated and is kind of stuck in there with him. But all right. So what do we get? Deadly Aim, Minor Healing. Oh, so we got 2 cards for our friend Belzeman that we can't use. But we could use these for a Burst of Strength for somebody else. So I don't think it's urgent that we kill this guy. We know he's going to attack us. He does 1 damage at worst. Oh wait, he was supposed to attack with +1. He would have done 2 damage. I think he would have done 2 damage last time too, but I'm not sure. So whatever. So our friend Krolt, we have like kind of the wombo combo here where he could do a bunch of damage, but only if, like, to both of those death fairies potentially. With Fury, If you defeat at least one enemy this turn, you may make one additional attack against another enemy. That would be pretty cool. But he only moves 3, and those fairies are far away. So I think we have to instead... How bad is this Hydra? Has 3 armor and 9 health. It gets +1 attack for every 2 wound tokens it possesses. Well, that's kinda awful. Who gets attacked? Oh wait, I didn't get it wrong. These were just similar cards. Okay, the highest XP is going to attack an orc or somebody else for +3. McFarlane will probably get rolled by the Hydra. 5, like, he would just get 1-tapped, I think. So, that's bad. We don't love that for us. And then the Hydra... Oh no, it won't get reactivated. Okay, how are we gonna do this, man? The Death Fairies are also mean. They do a lot of damage, potentially. Because they attack for 0, but they barely move, and then any movement that they don't waste, that they don't use, they use for their attack. Which is a big yikes. Basically. Alright, well the Death Fairies are viable, so let's go attack them. Who's gonna do it? Who is gonna do it? Our friend McFarlane's gonna activate. He's got 5 movement. Because he can go 1, 2 to open the Death Fairy door. And then he can run away. He can immediately peace out. If he wants to attack them, he needs to either be where he is at now or right here, which is suboptimal. And that means they can also attack us back. Let's just suck it up and hope for the best. Why did I open that one? Oh, because I could do it with less movement. So how much movement do they have? 6. So they are also just going to kill him, basically. He's going to open the door. He's going to run away. Run away! And he's going to kill this goblin because I kind of forgot it was there. I think you can just... Oh, a raid. Loozapalooza. Imagine that. Hey, friends. Welcome in. Thanks for that follow, and peoples. How you doing? Hope you're well. I'll give you a quick shout out here. Back to the huge. I get rated so often by Luza. So those of you who are in chat, if you don't follow Loozapalooza, you should. I gave them a shout out just now. I'd appreciate if you give them a follow. For those of you who just rated in, I'm James Opcost, and we play board games here. We help people find games they love so they can share them with people they care about. Today we're playing a game called Dungeon Alliance, which is like a bit of an older dungeon crawl kind of game. So far we're doing okay. Usually we fail horribly and die. Hasn't happened yet. So far it's going pretty well. What were you guys up to? Hopefully something super fun. No games. We were just chatting. Oh, okay, awesome. Azaluza. Is that what I said? If I said that, I feel badly. I don't think so, but I might have. Going to bed now. Have a great stream. I hope you sleep well, and thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Just turning around letters. Okay, good. I just thought for a second there that I'd, horribly misspoken or something. So, let me tell you guys that just rated in. You know what? Actually, I'm going to. I think Twitch did that thing where it had exactly suboptimal ad timing, and you guys are all sitting at an ad. So I'm gonna wait a minute here, and then I'm gonna tell you guys a little bit about how this game works. It looks a lot more intimidating than it is. It's a fairly straightforward little dungeon romp here. That so far so good. Yeah, we're gonna. I'll wait another 15 seconds or so here before I talk too much about it, just in case anyone is stuck behind an ad, Maybe I'll grab a drink real quick. Hey, Gecko, nice to see you. So, for those of you who just rated in, Dungeon Alliance here is a drafting game at its core. It is a deck building game where we kind of draft our heroes. We explore this dungeon, but we get to pick what's on the other side of doors as we explore. So we get to kind of draft the tiles that go into the dungeon as well. And we're spending a lot of time building a deck of cards. Our deck only starts with 12 cards, and we have a hand limit of as many as 8 cards by the end of the game. So we can turn over our deck quite a bit. So there's the game's only has 4 rounds, but there's lots of deck building potential in there. So we have a little cast of characters here. 4 characters. We got a dwarf priest. I went with a dwarf team for no particular reason. We got a dwarf priest, a dwarf warrior, a half orc priest. She's disgruntled, unhappy to be with all these dwarves, and a dwarf assassin, who's always a good assassin because he's short. You never see him coming, right? So each of these guys have kind of your very typical dungeon-y stats. They have, a movement value, an attack, armor, and health, okay? And we choose one to activate each round. Choose what they're going to do. They're going to move around the board, defeat some enemies. Enemies are these little tiles here. This is a death fairy, for instance, okay? And each enemy also has a special ability. Death fairies, for instance, are going to move and attack us, and any spare movement they have gets converted into their attack value. So they're kind of a pain in the butt. So we essentially choose a hero to activate. In this case, we are activating this guy down here, McFarlane, our dwarf assassin. He's up here on the board. Just as you guys rated in, we had opened this door, discovered these death fairies, and made a strategic retreat over to here, where we were going to attack this goblin, the easiest of all enemies in the game. He's just been kind of sitting in the corner, picking his nose. We really haven't been too worried about him. He's not a threat at all. But we were there. We were in the neighborhood, so we were going to attack him. Combat in this game is totally deterministic, okay? So we don't roll dice generally or anything like that. We just compare our attack value with their defense value. Anything left over we do as damage. If we do enough damage, they die. If we don't, we stack these little tiles under them to indicate how much damage they have taken. So in this case, we activated our friend McFarlane. We ran away, opened the door, ran away, and we're going to attack this goblin. We do an attack. Oh, wait, actually, we would have had to run away to here because we are only ranged. So we would attack this guy. For 2, he has no armor and 2 health. He will die. That gives us an experience point. And then as we accumulate experience down here, we can spend experience and buy up to 1 card every at the end of each turn. Okay. Now, we just got to a point where we're getting the level 2 cards. They're a little stronger than other ones. 1 XP isn't a ton, and most of the cards have restrictions. Like, for instance, this bash card here, you can only bash if you're an orc. Okay, so some of the cards are ones that we actually are unable to use. So I think, because we can, we're just going to buy this gold key and see and hope that it's helpful later. We're trying to, in order to get the maximum points in this game, we need to wholly explore the dungeon here. It can be at most a 3x3 grid in the solo game. So there's 3 spots left to explore. Having this gold key potentially lets us explore a little more easily. Yeah, whatever. As we buy cards, also, we get a bigger hand limit. So we have a hand limit of 8 now. So that's cool. And now our monsters activate. So we did our turn. We moved and we attacked. We can also play cards. In this case for McFarlane, we didn't. Okay, we then can discard any number of cards and draw to replace them. We're not going to discard any. And then we can draft cards, 1 card from over here. So we just finished that. Now the monsters activate. So they have a little AI script. In this case, we're going to refresh the highest XP monster, and then the highest XP monster, which isn't necessarily the same one that was refreshed, is going to either attack an orc or a healer, I guess. I don't know exactly what that is. We don't have one of those. Somebody with that symbol on their card for +1, or they're going to attack anyone for +3. And we have to resolve one of these if we can. If we can't do either of those, we resolve this effect. So they want to attack an orc, which they can do. They can attack our friend Lorna over here. So we've got Lorna. She's our only orc. She's down here. She's the only one who qualifies for that attack, but it's totally possible. And we want to resolve that one if possible because they only get +1. So they need to be in line of sight, which I think is going to mean they're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because then they can see through this doorway diagonally to her. Now it does go partially through this, so she actually gets defense for it being an obstructed shot. They really hate orcs though. So now they have an attack value of 0 and they get extra movement. They move as little as possible. Could they have done it from here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure, they could have. They could have done it from there. So they would attack with their 2 leftover movement. And then we see how much armor Lorna has. Lorna has 2 armor, +1 for an obstructed shot. That's 3. So they will, in fact, not take any damage. And she is now exhausted. The Death Fairy put in a whole lot of work flying over like that. So that was McFarlane's turn. We still have Lorna and Krolt, the really angry guy, left. Now, if we go exploring, we get to draft which tiles we go. So we know what's there. So this tile has a challenge in it, which might be treasure, or it might be a trap. We don't know. And a Hydra, which is not nice. Alternatively, this tile here, what's it got on it? It has a, I thought that was an ogre at first, but it is not. It has a bugbear, which is less scary than you'd think, and a manticore, which is not particularly nice. So all of it, we're into the level 2, level 3 tiles here. They're all really nasty. So refresh. So which one refreshes? I Oh, this one refreshed. The satyr down here refreshed. Right? Because he had been activated on a previous turn. Because we resolved this card top to bottom. And this card here that we have now, this is our AI. We get to know in advance what's going to happen next turn. So next turn, we're going to discard whatever card is in the middle of the market. That's Revive. That's one that would be nice to keep. And then we're going to resolve this, choosing which one we want to do. Unless we can't do them, in which case we'll do that. But we always work top to bottom, right? Okay, so I think we want to activate Krolt because Lorna isn't very good at damaging things. And we kind of want Krolt to walk over and defeat this Death Fairy, because the Death Fairy has 4 armor, which is a lot. Like, our base attack on... Like, Krolt's our best attacker, and his base attack is 3. So without help, he would do 0 to the Death Fairy. She also has 3 health, which is a fair bit. So, we're going to try and activate Krolt here. And we're going... So we have to move and then attack. Okay? We have 3 movement points on Krolt, but we have to use as much... Often we use them to play cards as well. We have to use that all up prior to attacking. We can't attack and then continue moving or anything like that. But we can attack diagonally and stuff like that. But I think we're going to move 1, 2. And we're going to... smuck this this Death Fairy in the face. So, what have we got that we can do? We can use our Helm of Guidance here. This lets us roll and add the results of that roll to our attack total. It's on this die. 2 faces are 0. The highest face is 3. So it adds about 1 or 2 usually. Okay. And then we can also use this Fury ability. This Fury ability gives us +1 to our attack. Okay. So it's not going... It also lets us, if we defeat an enemy, we can attack an additional one. But there's no one nearby that we can attack. That's kind of the best we can do. But I really want to defeat this fairy. So we're gonna also... we can take 2 cards, any 2, and we can just play them face down. And gain... It's a burst of strength. We can use it to gain +1 movement, +1 attack, or normally we're limited to only playing 1 of each type of card. The color is its type, and it lets you break that rule. But in this case, we're going to take +1 attack. So we have +1 attack, +2 attack, that's 5, and we get to roll this die and add it to our attack. Okay? Ideally, we want to get like a 7 here, or total. So we want a 2 on this die. But we got a 1. Because why would we get a 2 when we could get a 1? So we have a total of 3, 4, 5, 6. Her 4 armor means we do 2 damage. So we're going to take 2 of these tiles and stack them under that Death Fairy. That was our best attacker doing like everything he could. We can't do multiple bursts of strengths, only 1. So that was like as good of an attack as we could do. So the Hydras and other enemies at the end of the dungeon here are looking really not good. And our friend Lorna here is significantly worse at attacking than Krolt is. So we don't earn any XP. We still can choose if we want to discard any cards. I don't think we're going to. We're going to draw up to our hand limit of 8. And we can also draft a card. I guess, strictly speaking, we would draw after drafting, but whatever. Is there anything here for 1 that we want to buy? No, there is not. So we're not going to draft a card anyway. Revive gets removed from the game. Gets immediately replaced. I guess this should be face down. That's okay. Iron Golem. Oh, it's a pet. We've never seen one of those. It's cool. 7 attack. Wow. And it's an additional attack that doesn't count as one of your normal attacks, but costs 4 XP to buy, which is a lot. So, rough. Okay. So one thing that's a challenging part of this game potentially is that these cards are basically like locked up now until the end of the round. And then we discard them all after we've drawn cards. So we basically can't get these cards back until next round if we turn over our entire deck. So we kind of use them. So far we've been able to use everything every round, but as our deck gets a little larger, I'm not sure that that's true. But our enemy's got to attack first. So we discarded that card. Now the highest XP enemy will activate, which is this other death fairy here. And they want to attack somebody with the lowest armor. So the lowest armor is whoever is a tie actually between these 3 characters. They all have 2 armor. There's 2 types of armor, agility and armor, but these guys all have 2. But the Death Fairy tries to move as little as possible. So I think it's going to move 1, 2, and then attack our friend McFarlane here, who only has 2 armor. It has 6 movement, so it would have 4 left over. So it would attack for 4. And I think our friend McFarlane is going to be elusive here. This is a reaction card. We can play them after. This is the only one we have. Gives him 2 additional dodge. So that's a total of 4, meaning that... Actually, I guess this goes here. Meaning that the Death Fairy will do 0. We've managed to really avoid damage so far, but I'm not sure that we're actually doing well from a score perspective. We're going to score, like, if the game ended now and we scored it, I think we actually score negative points. So that's suboptimal, you know? All right, so we have Lorna left to activate. She's the only one left. She's going to activate, and then what's our monster going to do? We're going to discard this Hydra tile. Frankly, I don't know if that's good or bad. But Lorna only has 4 movement. She could explore, I guess, but I don't feel like that's a great idea, because then that Hydra is going to bite her face off. I kind of like her face. So we got lots of enemies on the map. Do we just end this guy? Do we try to finish this guy off? He has 3 armor and 3 health though. Lorna putting up that kind of damage is unlikely. Let's try and figure it out though here. Well, she did get her Celestial Wrath spell, which her or an ally within 2 spaces can get +2. So that's cool. She could use that. She would have 4, and she could move over here and attack that Death Fairy and probably kill it. We'd have to find a way to get 1 additional... I guess she could play... we could do a Burst of Strength. Let's do that. Let's ignore this guy. He doesn't generally do a ton of damage anyway. I mean, he's going to attack for +3. So he will do a bunch of damage. But we're going to face tank it. We want to get rid of this Death Fairy without having to have this guy fire up some big attack again. So Lorna here is going to cast Celestial Wrath on herself. She gets +2 attack. And then she can also cast this Blinding Light, which is going to make this guy do -2 on his attack. And we'll use these 2 cards face down in order to give her +1 attack. So she has 2, 4, 5. She can move 1 and just thread the needle here and hit this Death Fairy for 5. 4 armor on that Death Fairy. So that's the one final damage we needed to do. And we get 3 XP for our trouble, which is pretty rad. So, what can we do with 4 XP? We can buy the Iron Golem. Let's do that immediately. Not even gonna consider it. And I think we actually want to keep these cards in hand. They're really good for dealing with that other Death Fairy with either Krolt or McFarlane. So we're going to just hang on to them. But we do draw up to our limit. This is another interesting thing, is that because like this goes into our discard pile, but we have a hand limit of 8. We only had 4 cards left to draw. That puts us at 6. So we'll actually draw the ones that we just bought because we have so many out here, which is interesting. Okay, so this tile gets discarded. We can no longer fight the Hydra. And then this guy is going to activate, and he's going to attack. He can't attack either a human or a healer because we don't have one of those particular guys. So he's going to attack anyone else for +3. So he's going to race over here and attack our friend Belzeman. Now, we blinded him, so he has -2. It would normally be 3 + 3 -2. He has 4 attack. Belzeman has 3 armor, and he will take 1 damage. Damage is quite manageable in this game, it feels. All right. So, I mean, quite manageable other than a bunch of the monsters, like, will one-tap us, I think. So it's either we're fine or we're immediately dead with, like, little in between, it feels. All right, so next round, we are going to attack a human or an assassin. So that's our friend McFarlane. And I guess all these cards get discarded now. So we got those new cards into hand, which is cool, but at the same time, all the cards we used, which presumably are useful since we used them, are discarded. It's a little tricky. Okay. So this is our last round of play. We play 4 rounds of play. Our goal is to explore the dungeon in totality and defeat all of the monsters on it. We lose 4 points for every empty spot on the board and every monster on the map. Well, our points are essentially equal to our XP. I have no idea what a good score is. That really isn't kind of explained or elaborated in any way. I don't think we particularly care. We're just going to try and make it. So, what have we got? This tile here, if we draft this one, because we could go exploring. If we draft this guy, it's got... What is that? What is that monster on there? I have no idea what that is. Oh, it's a necromancer. When the necromancer attacks, his target does not gain armor. And when he damages an enemy, he heals 1. And he attacks for +6. Wild. Okay, I feel like I feel very in like a really strange spot where it's like the enemies we fought so far, totally trivial. They basically don't hurt us. All the enemies on the level 2 tiles, like, kill us in a round. We know our friend McFarlane is the target this time, so maybe let's try and deal with this Death Fairy first. And then we can explore next turn. It doesn't have to be McFarlane who does it, but McFarlane's actually really good at it because he can use a poison blade maneuver, which makes if he does at least 1 damage, he does 2 extra. So if he does 1 damage to the Death Fairy, he'll do 3, and that's their total health. So potentially he could do that, but he's not going to get enough damage on his own. Okay, so it basically takes us our whole hand to defeat that guy. All right, we're gonna activate McFarlane. Okay, and we know we're gonna target the Death Fairy, but let's try. We'll spend 1 movement. We're gonna try this Ring of Command. Spend 1 movement to target 1 ready monster that is 2 to 3 spaces away. Oh, this just exhausts them. That's right. I thought this eliminated them. Exhausting them is less exciting. Well, whatever. Let's do it anyways. We're going to roll this die. We got 0 plus 1, which is equal to 1. This guy's exhausted. Cost us 1 movement out of 5. Who cares? So, we can poison our blade. That costs us an additional movement. So if we deal 1 damage, we'll do 3. That means they will die. We can also use our deadly aim. We get +1 against a target that is exactly 2 spaces away, which they already are, right? And they have -2 armor. So instead of having 4 armor, our Death Fairy now has 2 armor, and we have 1, 2, 3. And if we do at least 1 damage, we do 3. Well, 2 extra. So this is enough. This stack is enough for us to defeat the Death Fairy. It didn't matter that we exhausted her. That probably wasn't worth doing. Oh well. We get 3 XP. And we could buy a card. That would have us like maxed out on our hand limit and stuff. Major healing. I mean, we're going to take a bunch of damage. Maybe we just buy the healing card and see what happens. We have 3 XP, so we can't get the Assassinator, which sounds cool. Let's buy Major Healing. Costs us 3 XP. Lets us spend 1 movement to remove up to 4 wound tokens from ourself or an adjacent ally. Both of our priests can use it. It's pretty cool. We can discard any number of cards and redraw. I think we're just gonna keep what we've got. We're gonna draw 2 cards to get up to our hand limit of 8. Hey, I left this one on the table. Okay, and then this card gets discarded. That's level 1, yeah. Whatever. And I guess this card would have been here, and it gets discarded. Or there is a distinction between discarding and removing from the game for the solo game. I don't understand why. We don't turn over enough cards for it to matter, but nonetheless. Oh, hey, Shield Bash. That's cool art. Big old smack in the face. All right. So, our only remaining enemy will activate, and he's going to attack a assassin for +2, or for +1, or anybody for +2. So, we get to decide, really. But let's just have him attack Belzeman. Belzeman's got more armor, so it works out the same anyway. And he'll take 2 damage. And you know what? There's an ad running, so I'm going to take a quick break. Timing works out just right. I will be right back. And we are back. Ad break should be over. Gotta be over. So let's continue here. We've just finished. We're on the last round of play. There's no way we are exploring the entirety of this dungeon. McFarlane here just activated. He's essentially all done for the game. And we have a couple things left on the board here. So we're going to have to try and explore, because right now we would lose 12 points. We'd earn a bunch, but I don't want to leave the dungeon half unexplored at the end of the game. Surely not. Right? So, we did our activation there with our with this guy. He should be exhausted, in fact. It was just as I went for the break. Oh, he's gonna unexhaust again. Cool, love that for me. So I think we should try and race in here and kill the necromancer, or die trying. So I feel like die trying angle, there's a really good chance that's what we get. But we have this iron golem, which gets to do an additional attack for 7 that is not our attack. It's just like wholly separate in addition to our own thing. I feel like I keep seeing weird frame rate drops, and I can't tell if it's actually happening or if I'm crazy. I wonder. All right, so let's try and make this happen. So our friend Krolt is going to activate. He only has 3 movement, which sucks. But from where he is, he can just like click, open the door, and we're going to put this big necromancer right there. Now, this one gets a challenge tile. These have been shuffled. This is the first time we've actually seen one of these. The way the challenge tiles work is they are either a trap or treasure, but we don't know until we get in there. Okay? Now, we can spend, if we're playing cautiously, we can reveal that by spending movement to do it, but only if there's no enemies in the room. So that isn't happening for us. So we're just going to charge in there and hope that it isn't a trap that immediately kills us, because that would be really disappointing. So we spent 1 movement to open the door. And we're going to spend a 2nd movement running into the room. Now we can attack this necromancer from where we're at. Let's see what this trap does. Or hopefully it's not a trap. It is a flame trap. I really was going for treasure. Treasure would have been nice. It's kind of an appropriate one for the room. It's very red in that general area. So what's the flame trap do for us? When this trap is sprung, your hero is attacked by a 4 damage ranged attack, which is increased by a combat die. It ignores armor. Okay. So let's roll low. We rolled a 1. So we're going to take 5 damage rather. 4 plus 1. So we're half dead. We had 10 HP when we walked into the room. If we were McFarlane, he at least has agility and could have, like, you know, deftly avoided some of the flames. But Krolt's running in there with his axe, you know, screaming, and suffered appropriately. Sucks to suck. Okay, so let's just drop our iron golem in here. Boom. 7 damage. May attack an enemy up to 2 spaces away. So thematically, what they say with the pets is that your pet essentially just like is off in the distance, kind of appears, attacks, and then runs away. Okay? Because we don't have a mini for them. We don't have anything like that. It just sort of exists. Did we have a thing that buffs our pet? I can't remember. Not in hand. Okay, so our pet is going to attack the necromancer for 7. So the necromancer has only 3 armor, but 6 health. So they're going to take 4 damage. And it is very conceivable that we can defeat them. We just need to do 5 damage with our friend Krolt. Our pet, we can still attack. It doesn't count as our own attack. We do 3. So we just got to find 2 additional damage. So we could do that with our hack all on its own. Let's just do that. Let's just suffer a little bit on Krolt. We're going to play this hack card. It's +1 damage, okay? But it says you may add an additional +1, but you receive 2 wounds. So we get 2 wounds. We're at 7 out of 10. Whatever. We have 3 left, but that gives us +2. So we have 3, 4, 5. 3 armor on the necromancer. That lets us do 2 damage. She has only 6 health. Already has taken 4. So between our iron golem and ourselves, our hacking and slashing at the necromancer, we've done enough damage to defeat her. And we get 5 XP for that, which is pretty huge. Hurt, but huge. Now, we might as well buy a card, I think. Even though it's unlikely that we will actually get it. But only our priests are left. So actually none of the cards that are available we can use except for this bash card. Which is extremely disappointing. It's not like we're going to get it in hand anyway. So let's just buy it on principle. Because it makes us feel good. Okay. So Burning Desolation. That's cool sounding. We'd need to have a mage, which we don't. Okay, so our AI card, the highest XP exhausted minion refreshes, and then is going to attack anybody, actually. All of us are qualify. So he's just going to attack Belzeman. He's going to attack Belzeman for 4. He'll take a damage. I should have dealt with drawing cards already. I once again forgot. But I don't think we would have discarded any of these anyway, so it really doesn't matter too much. Okay, so this guy's now exhausted again. We have 1 enemy on the map. 2 empty rooms. So presently, if the game ended, which it will in Lorna and Belzeman's turns here, we would lose 9 points. It would be great to explore those spots further, but I don't think we can. Lorna has 4 movement. She could get to here, 1, 2, 3, and then try to find a secret door. But it is a total crapshoot as to whether or not she will be successful. So I think we're just going to give up on that, and we're just going to kill this guy. Ooh, what happens there? I guess I didn't flip up on the next thing. We don't add any minions or anything. Okay, so nothing bad happens. I think the best we can do here is just defeating this this dude and calling it there. Actually, this reminds me. This is the wishy-washy endgame thing. I want to check something because the game is like you can end it whenever, basically. So I think we end when all the XP is gone, but they say you can play all 4 rounds if you want. So we might have actually finished the game right now and wouldn't play the next one. Let's see. Let's see. What does it say for wishy-washy bullcrap? Oh, if the tile draft area is empty and all monsters are gone. So, we haven't done that. Okay, so. Never mind. So Belzeman will activate. Or Lorna will activate, I guess. Lorna can activate. And you didn't die? Certainly you jest. It's true, it's weird. So, Lorna can activate. She can spend 1 to do a group heal. She removes 1 wound from everyone within 3 spaces. And then she can spend her remaining movement to walk over here. And she's going to need to do a lot of extra damage, or this is not going to work. I guess she can equip her Sacred Warhammer and do a melee attack, which is... She needs to find 3 additional damage. That's 3, so that'll negate his armor. In order to kill him, though, we need to do 3 more damage. So, I don't think that that's happening. Alright, she's just going to use this Fury. I mean, we have Belzeman's activation, too. 3 plus 1. Plus 1 with her Feat of Strength, or Burst of Strength. So she attacks for 5. Which is almost enough to kill him, but isn't. He has 1 HP left. Some cards get discarded, which isn't going to matter because we're not going to buy anything anyway because, you know, we're at the end of the game here. I'm not even going to worry about it. Oh, look, we made it through the deck exactly. There's exactly 16 cards. Our friend Belzeman could attack this guy, I guess. I don't know if he can kill him, though. He really sucks at attacking. I probably should have kept that Warhammer for him. But I didn't. Alright. Our friend Belzeman's gonna attack. Oh, he can attack twice as long as he doesn't spend movement. Is that possible? Yeah. Attacking twice doesn't help him, though, because his attack is, like, for basically nothing. Okay, so he's going to cast a Blessing on himself. That gets him to 2 attack. He's going to use a Tactical Advantage. That gets him to 3 attack. His Helm of Guidance means we get to roll the die, and just to make sure that we do it, we'll just play 2 to give him a burst of strength. That's 4. So he gets it for sure, but let's see how much extra he gets from his roll. 0! So good thing I played that extra one. He does 1 damage and kills this guy. And that means that we get an additional 2 XP to continue our dream here. Living the dream. And we are done. I misplayed this one card. She wouldn't have been able to play that, but we had other options anyway, so it made no difference. All right, so let's figure out our final score here. Everyone loves the Warhammer. Listen, hitting things with a big hammer is very cathartic. Make of that what you will. Where does it tell us our score? I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, here you go. Oh yeah, here you go. If you wish, your solo game can continue until the end of the 4th round, even if the other criteria are met, which they weren't. When scoring, score your XP tokens, then lose 4 for every empty tile, and 1 for every monster and face down challenge token that remains on the board. So, we lose 8 points, basically. So we'll get rid of these 8. Wah. And then I think these are all 1s. So we get whatever we get. 5, 10, 15, 18 points. Now, there is literally no guidance in here whatsoever about a target score or anything else. You just get what you get. And that's it. Now, a turn ago, we had 5 less XP and 1 more unexplored tile, and we were basically trending towards scoring 2 or something. So we really kind of scaled into it at the end there. But overall, I have no idea. Was that a good score or not? I feel a little bit disappointed that we didn't explore the whole dungeon. But each character getting to act 4 times total in the entire game is not a ton, you know? I feel like we probably could have explored a little more aggressively, given that the enemies, only 4 enemies activate each time also. If you have 20 enemies out, you still only have 4 of them activate each round. But overall, I think that was a fun little dungeon crawl. I'm going to try again while it's set up. Setup for this game sucked, okay? Setup was not fun in that there are a bajillion decks. The setup rules kind of actively fool you with how that setup is supposed to work. And there's a lot of different cards from different decks. It only matters for setup, but they all have the same back, right? And very similar fronts. So it's kind of a bit of a pain in the butt, but we will try this again with a different cast of characters. In this particular one, I decided what I was going to try and do was get largely like a bunch of dwarves. Because I thought, oh, hey, I'll buy cards. The cards all have restrictions on who can use them, right? So I thought, hey, I'll buy a bunch of cards that can be used by dwarves, and life will be good, right? But what happened with that is that there was just a ton of cards that I saw from classes that I didn't have represented that I just couldn't purchase because, I didn't have those, and that wasn't great. I didn't love that. In the multiplayer game, you discard cards that no one can use, which feels really onerous to calculate each time, I think. So we didn't have to do that, thankfully. But yeah, I don't know. Hey, where did I put my other character cards? I have no idea where Lorna and did I put them over here? I must have. The hell? What did I do with Lorna and Krolt? Oh, here's Krolt. Oh, and here's Lorna. They're right in front of me. I'm a fool. Each character starts with 3 cards, and I was trying to separate them out, and I separated the actual characters in 2 of the stacks, because I'm not that clever. Okay, so we're going to try with 4 new characters, and we're going to see what we get. There is also a bunch of variant rules in here, which we did not use. There's ones that allow you to do quests. Final enemies, which I feel like would just defeat us. There's a campaign mode. But we're just going to do another one-shot with a different cast of characters and see how it goes. So, to that end, these are all level 2 cards. As are these. So there are a bunch more dungeon tiles. And we can shuffle those up. Make another stack. Maybe we'll get a few more. One thing that surprised me is the challenge tokens. The flame trap that almost was our demise. You basically, there's quite a few of these. There's like maybe 20 of these things, and we saw 1. So I think that was just luck of the draw with the tiles we got. But that was kind of weird. There's also a ton of monsters that we also didn't see. So there's probably room for quite a bit of variety here that we just, randomly didn't encounter. So hopefully we'll see some new stuff on this next run. Bring on the new game. Yeah, exactly. I had fun with this one. This was, the AI is really simple, but I liked the fact in this game that you alternate, like, one character and then a monster, and one character and a monster, instead of, like, all your characters and then all the monsters and whatever. That would made for some like interesting tactical decisions, and made the deck building work, right? Because you might not get the cards in hand that you need for a given character, and you're kind of playing around that, and it made for some interesting decisions. Like, do I want to take a suboptimal move with this character now, or do I want to wait and hope that I can get the cards that I need out of this deck? It was interesting. I liked it. All right, so we need tiles. So there's level 3 tiles, which I'm assuming there's like boss monsters. I just took a wild guess that those are on here. Maybe they're not. No, it doesn't look like it. So maybe we have to... That's one of the other things that's sort of a little bit weird about this game, is that a significant amount of the content is kind of in these optional modules, which when I'm playing it for the first time, I don't know what the hell to do. Do I use those optional modules? Do I not use them? I don't know. But it made it it was a little bit weird in that I guess the final encounter must be the bosses. From the get-go, when I was setting this up, the single biggest deck of cards in the game is these cards that you only use in the basic game. It's like a separate rule set you can use to learn the game or whatever. And there's like, I don't know, like 50 cards that you only use essentially once while learning, potentially. And like, this didn't feel like a game that needed a basic version for me to learn. And it seemed really weird that there's this whole ass other deck that's like a quarter of the cards in the whole game that are intended to basically just be used one time maybe. Right? Likewise, the bosses and stuff. You're going to use those only if you're doing the, you know, using that like extra variant module, right? Like they give you a separate rule book that is just full of like, I don't know, 20 different ways of things you can add to the game or not. Which is cool. From a replayability perspective or whatever, cool. From a knowing what the hell to do as a new player, less cool. All right, so we've set up for the new game. I'm going to take new characters, but we might get the same tiles. I don't know. I just shuffled them in the same way that we do the distribution normally. So we'll just see what we get there. And the way that they suggest you pick characters is that you draft them. So we're going to flip out 2 characters from the deck and then pick one. All right, half-orc monk or a dwarf scholar. Let's try the monk, because that seems weird. And we got enough of the dwarves last time anyway. A monk or a rogue? Well, we're gonna go with rogue because we already got a monk. A warrior or a scholar? I really would like to get a caster of some kind. Okay, our prayers will be answered, I guess. Well, this guy has a ton of attack. Holy crap, 4? Let's try that. Let's go on the offensive this time and see what happens. And then we can either have a ranger who has like a little bit of healing potential, or we can just take Mysterios the human wizard and blow stuff up. We're going for the human wizard. We're blowing stuff up. It's the only way. All right. So, who do we end up with here? These are some weird choices. Also, the art, not the best in this game, in my opinion. Alright, so I think this is Mysterios. Bull. Guy's bald. Zelid. And Graltar, the half-orc monk. Let's go. Alright. This is the weirdest group of people we've ever seen. So we've got Mysterios, the human wizard. A frequent companion of Holgar, whoever the hell that is. This wizard has a love for all things that burn and can be burned. That doesn't sound like some sort of, you know, condition that it's gonna get you locked up. All right, bull, a human warrior. Ooh, mini, boy, wouldn't it be nice if those were painted? Okay, I'm going to show you these minis, and you're going to tell me what you think about that in a second here. Bursting with courage as well as compassion for her allies, Bull is a force on the battlefield that few enemies can withstand. It's a cool story. Here, let me show you the minis, though. They're like, I don't know if I can do a good job showing you. Does not want to play nice. But they're sort of like the, you know, you're really low detail. Like, this is a board game mini if ever I've seen one. You know? Like, it's just sort of really low detail. It's sort of a gray blob that's vaguely in the shape of the character, you know? They are Superman. They are Superman. Yeah, they're just sort of like, you know, they're not great sculpts, and then they're like not cast very well because they're just board game minis, right? So, are these ones I would paint? If I was in the habit of painting, this isn't what I would... These would be good, like, first minis to paint because they're, like, it's like low poly, you know? Like, they're very, like, there's not a lot going on. Though self-serving and generally untrustworthy, Zealot often surprises his allies with acts of heroism when the chips are down. Sounds like Martina. Always looking out for herself. This is a test to see if she's listening. Alright, and then Geraltar. He seeks to calm the beast within himself through meditation and contemplation of the celestial mysteries. That is very introspective for an orc. A half-orc, I suppose. But I'm proud of him. Good job, Geraltar, for breaking down those stereotypes. Alright, so I guess we don't have any of these, this XP. These are the tiles we can draft from. When we saw this one last game, we didn't end up playing it. This one we did not, I don't think. And we're going to make a couple piles of XP here, because they control when the level 2 cards come out. So are these level 1 or level 2? Those are level 2. Not dying and all the cameras work. Is this really off cost or have you been replaced? Listen, I've been so tilted by the stupid card camera not working. Like, I ask Martina. I put a lot of time and effort into making sure that that thing was going to work. And it's still a little bit spotty, but that's my next, well, project for weekend after next, I guess. Not next weekend. I got FallCon, this my local convention next weekend. All right. Insert sympathy for Martina here. What do you mean? Martina is not deserving of sympathy. That's mean. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. So, let's find these cards. We need 2, 4, 13, and 17. So we start with the ability to slash and evade and stuff. That's cool. Armor looks highly questionable, but that's okay. Would it be a stereotypical dungeon crawl without a chainmail bikini? Could be, but it isn't. Got some weapons. Find some weaknesses by being the introspective orc that we are. Oh, here we go. We're a pyromaniac. We can blast stuff with fire and make weapons be flaming. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for. Oh, if we'd picked the scholar, we would have got a pet? Aw. A shame. Next time. Alright, and then our not very nice rogue, who only thinks of himself, can do roguey things. Find secret doors, roll with the blow, and a trick throw. He looks like he has some sort of, like... I don't know. Like, look at this guy. That doesn't look like a... That doesn't look like a elf rogue so much as, like, Dracula. Like, he looks like he's... hasn't seen sunlight in a few years. Alright. So we are going to try, rightly or wrongly, to be a little bit more aggressive this time. We got to slightly... Like, we didn't explore fast enough last time. That was our takeaway. Do more exploring. And blowing up of things. So, interestingly, we don't actually have anyone tanky. So our highest armor last time was 3. And our lowest armor was 2. This time our lowest is 1 and our highest is 3. But that's on our rogue, who only has 6 health. So, we'll just put the warrior in front. And we'll figure this out. And I think we're good to go here. So, what are the tiles we can draft from? We can either go to the tile that has a goblin, which is like pretty weak. When they attack, they get a combat die, which means they can do some damage, but it's very rando. Or we get these spiders, which I didn't love the spider tile, because we have a lot less healing. We might have no healing this time, compared to before. So poison's really bad. So maybe let's try and kill those bugbears. They also get combat dice. Oh well. Alright, let's see. We start with only 6 cards, and we can only discard 1 at the end of the turn. Let's see what we got. We got a little bit of everything, I guess. We didn't get a lot for our monk. We got a couple things for our rogue. So maybe our rogue is just gonna lead the way here. We got all of our rogue cards, in fact. One of them is finding a secret door, which isn't very helpful for us. He's also ranged. Okay, well, let's just give this a whirl. We're gonna go into the bugbear room and see what happens. So we have 6 movement on this guy. Okay. So he's gonna... Oh, I don't have their tokens. Whoops. I need those. All these other characters look way cooler than the ones I took. Alright, monk. There you are. Alright. So our rogue is going to activate. He is going to spend 1 movement opening this door. There's a goblin and a bugbear inside. These guys are going to attack the nearest orc or anybody for a lot. They could probably get over to Graltar. Let's see. One. No, he can't. He's going to end up attacking somebody else for a ton. Basically. That's going to suck. That's going to suck. We're going to... This is going to... Well, whatever. We're trying new things here. We're trying new things. So, is there a chance that we can defeat that guy? He only has 2 armor, but he has 5 health. That is a lot. We do 2 damage. If we use our trick throw here, because we can actually attack him from where we're at now, we have to discard 1 other card from our hand in order to play it. We could definitely get rid of this find secret door. And then we get +1, and they lose 2 armor. So this guy actually now has... well, it says he loses 2 agility. Does that mean he has to have agility to lose agility? I don't really know. I think I'm overthinking it. It's -2 armor. Let's do that. So that means he would just take straight damage from us, which means we have... No, that doesn't make sense, is it? I don't know. Maybe it's -2 agility. But that doesn't... Whatever, it's still -2. Still moving slower. Okay, anyways. He's going to take straight damage from us. So, that puts us at 3. If we had a way of doing 5, we could kill him. But in fact, we don't. So, we're just going to attack him for 3. And that's the best we can do. Alternatively, we could move and we could just, you know, absolutely annihilate this rogue or this goblin and get some XP. That would let us buy a card, potentially. Are any of these... A potion of healing. We don't have a ton of healing. Maybe we should just do that. Instead of attacking the bugbear, let's just go here. We don't even need to play our trick throw. And we can just throw a thing at this goblin's head for 2 damage. He dies. And we get 1 XP. Which we then can use to purchase this potion of healing. Before it ends up getting thrown away or something stupid. And we have to suffer the consequences anyway, which we knew was coming. So this bugbear is going to come do mean things to us. And we're going to be sad. We're going to be real sad. So, first we refresh the highest XP non-refreshed enemy. That's nobody. And then he either moves and attacks a goblin, or sorry, not a goblin, a orc for 1 +1, which would be an attack of 4, or he attacks anyone else for an attack of +3, an attack of 6. A huge attack from that bugbear. Now, he has 4 movement. He can't get over here to our orc in 4. He could move 1. And then actually after that, he's adjacent to these guys. Every movement costs him 2 extra. So he just can't do it. So I think he's just going to come here. And he's going to melee this this rogue. And that sucks. So he attacks for 3 + 3, 6. We have 3 armor, but we do have this roll with the blow, reduce your damage by 2. So we would have taken 3 damage, and instead we only take 1. So that's pretty okay. And he is now exhausted. And next turn, what's going to happen? We're going to discard some cards. That's fine. We're not too worried about that. We can probably discard, well, only one of these. I guess we can only discard Oh wait, we can discard 2 cards. We can discard these 2 cards that are from our roguey friend. Or we could keep them and use them as a thing. Nah, let's discard them. Alright. So, who do we want to activate next? Okay, well, let's just use our rogue, because this rogue is super strong. So, or not a rogue, or monk, Graltar is going to activate. He has only 4 movement, but he can move through our friends, because we're going to find weakness. He gains +1 attack, and he ignores all armor defense, which is what that bugbear has. He's also going to power kick, which gives him +2. And if we damage an enemy, he may move that enemy to an adjacent empty space. But it doesn't matter, because he's going to move 1, 2, and then he's going to power kick this bugbear right in the teeth. This guy has no armor. We ignore his armor. He's got 5 health. We have 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. So this bugbear is as dead as can be. We get 2 XP for our troubles. And with that XP, we could buy a card. Now, these cards are going away. Voice of Authority increases your maximum hand size by +1. I don't think that's super useful. Helm of Guidance, that's the one we had last time. When you roll the combat die, you add that to your total. That's pretty cool. But I kind of like this one, Ice. 5 damage. Only our mage can use it, right? But 5 damage. Place your hero target on the target. The target cannot move or spin for the rest of the round. So if we play that on a melee minion or whatever, they can't attack us. That's pretty rad. It's 2 XP. Let's do it. I know we're like a pyromaniac, but we can embrace ice magic too. We don't discriminate here. Now, who's left? That guy and our lady. Those are the cards we have, so we're just going to pick up. Okay, so what's the enemy going to do? We are going to get rid of this card and this card. I'm not going to bother just splitting them into separate piles because it doesn't make any sense why you would do that. Okay, we found a couple of weapons. Enchanted Broadsword, Sacred Warhammer. We've used the Warhammer before. The Warhammer is just better, but only for priests and only if we can heal, which we can't do. Bull is the only one who could use the broadsword, but it's +2. That would give her 6 attack. That'd be great to get. Now, we would need to have 2 XP at the end of this round because it's about to get discarded. So, there's no good way for that to happen. None of the enemies activate because there aren't any. So it's onto our turn. Okay, so we're gonna have to open a door, crack a door open, and draft one of these tiles. So there's either 2 spiders and a satyr. I don't know how to say that. Anyways, or there's a warg and 2 goblins. Now, I think maybe we open the door up here, and then we got this. This fire blast thing is pretty cool. 3 damage, right? You ignored armor defense, and every other character in the same room takes 1 automatic damage. So we would just kill both spiders with this immediately, just by shooting a big blast of fire in there. It wouldn't actually do enough damage to hurt the other guy because he has agility, not armor. But maybe that's something we can figure out. Pyromaniac. You may make 2 attacks this turn, as long as at least one of the attacks is an attack spell, or is augmented by an enhanced spell containing the words fire, flaming, or burning. Each of these attacks may be a different attack spell. Okay, so we're going to activate our friend Mysterios here. He's going to play that card, so he can make 2 attacks this round. He's got 4 movement. He can spend 1 to get here, 2 to crack open the door. Oh, I have it on the worst camera ever. Whoops. Sucks to suck. We're going to find 2 spiders and a satyr in here. I think we're going to soak a damage to kill everybody, because we can't move a second time. We've spent 2 of our 4 movement. So if we go 3-4 to get right up in their face, we can spend these 2 cards to get 1 extra movement, so that we can use a flaming weapon. Does that actually do enough for us? Yes, it does. Okay, so flaming weapon, that costs us our final movement. For the rest of the round, you get +2, and all enemies that he attacks with the primary or weapon attack have -2 armor. Nice. Nice. So he'll do 4, and the satyr only has 1 armor. That'll kill him on its own. So we'll do our primary attack, and we'll kill this guy. Boom. That gets us 2 XP. Love that for us. And then we're going to use our Fire Blast and do 3 damage. It ignores armor defense. We're just going to attack one of the spiders. It'll die. And then everything in the room automatically takes 1 damage. Unfortunately, that includes us, because we're just standing in there. But these guys, the spiders only have 1 health, so they will both die. And then that means we get 2 additional XP from that. So we just walked in there, lit everything on fire, and lived to tell the tale. Which means that with our 4 XP, we can buy this enchanted broadsword, which gives our bull a base attack of 6 if she's got that in hand, which is just pretty okay, I think. Oh no, a healing thing that we could have actually used is in the spot where it's going to get discarded. A shame, but what are you going to do? Now there's no monsters to activate, so we're fine. And we only have 1 card in hand, which we're going to keep. So we're gonna have to shuffle here. Worth it, exactly. 1 damage to kill 3. I think that's the only time so far this game. I mean, we played 5 cards out of our initial hand of 12, but I think that's the only time this game where we have killed more than 1 enemy in a turn. Now, have I drafted 2 cards or 3? We got Ice, the Potion of Healing, and the Broadsword. So we actually get a hand of 7 now. So we actually just picked up all of our cards. So now we have that Broadsword in hand. Apparently we're extremely attractive while carrying this Broadsword. We have all of our cards in hand except for 1 for our friend Bull here. What's going to happen to us? Oh, a thing's going to refresh. We're getting all these refresh things out of the way early, which is kind of interesting. So, now the problem is we are going to have to go kill some stuff because, you know, we really don't have... we really don't have an opportunity, like, what are we going to do, you know? We're just standing here, you know? Okay. I didn't realize this Potion of Healing only lets us heal 1 time. That sucks. Alright, so we're gonna have to go kill some stuff. Let's go kill these guys. So we got 4 movement. 1. Where are you, Warg? 2. I feel more attractive already. We're gonna slash. You may use a single attack to strike 2 different targets who are adjacent to you. Use your full melee attack total against each target. So we currently have a melee attack total of 7. So they are very dead, basically. Let's do that. So the Warg, when defending, gets +1 combat die to his agility. So he had a defense of 3. We do 4 damage. He has 3 health. So the Warg is eliminated. We get 2 XP for that, which also means that we will get the level 2 cards at the end of the round here. So we're cruising through this compared to last time. We're at a crazy pace. And the Goblin is, of course, eliminated. He has no armor, 2 health. We did 7 damage to him. So we get an extra XP for our trouble there as well. Now, there is that one Goblin left who is going to walk over and attack us, which sucks. But, you know, these things happen, right? So, do we want to draft a card? We got 5 XP. That is a lot. We can't use either of these 2 cards on the end here. The Sacred Warhammer could be used by Gralter. It's not actually enough. I mean, it's +2. He would have 5 attack with it. That's pretty sweet. Or we take the treasure where we can do some rolling and anybody can use it, but it's somewhere between 0 and 3 additional attack. I say we just go for the Warhammer because we don't have a lot of weapons, so we can always play these, which is really nice. So let's buy the Warhammer. That cost us 2. We still got 3 XP left over. Do we want to discard any cards? I mean, if we discard cards, we basically end up drafting more of these ones because we'll reset at the end of this and then draw back up to our hand. So we're either keep what we have and get the Warhammer in there, which is not a great hand. Or we can discard as many as 3 cards, which is probably what we want to do. So, which ones do we want to discard? Probably this potion. We're kind of well set up to use this find secret, which is a way for us to get additional stuff. Okay, let's discard those 2. Oh, we're just going to redraw them, though. Because we redraw right now up to 6. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Fool. Fool! Okay. So, this enemy's going to attack. He's just going to attack from where he's at. If he can attack defendy character, which he can, he's going to attack Bull for +1, which is a total of 3, but he adds 1 combat die. So let's see what he gets. Apparently I left that camera zoomed in. I'm doing that a lot. Ooh! Ooh, it sucks! We rolled a 3. So he gets an attack of 6. He gets like the rando like headshot there. We have 1 armor. We take 5 damage from this little goblin. Yikes. I'm not suddenly feeling less attractive. Suddenly feeling less attractive. But that's okay. That was round 1. I'd say a very successful round 1 also. Everyone is back up and available. We can get the level 2 cards out now instead of the level 1s, which is big. And this round, we will throw away the Sense Secret Door action, which is very similar to the Find Secret Door that we have. So we don't really need that. Who cares? And the Healing Herbs, which we can't use. All right, so we do have to draw up to 7 cards. We need 1 more. All right, and we are really well set up to use this Find Secret Door ability. It gets us extra XP, which we don't desperately need right now, but having more is never going to be bad. We could get that Helm of Guidance and still have 3 left over. So Find Secret Door lets us spend movement to attempt to open an adjacent secret door. So a secret door is when we're like in a scenario like this, where it's just a wall. We can open a door on the other side of that. Normally, we have to have no enemies be there in order to do it. But, we're going to try and do it despite the presence of enemies. Now, the unfortunate thing is because we're ranged, because of exactly where that guy is standing, we will not be able to kill him if we fail. But the secret door, we actually can't. We can't fail. So it doesn't matter. Well, we can't kill him after we do it either. Because in order to do a ranged attack, we have to be exactly 2 away from an enemy. Maybe this isn't our moment. Do we need the XP enough that we're going to face tank another attack? Like, I would move and attack Gralter, so he's going to run away and attack this guy here. And we can't kill him first, because otherwise we don't satisfy the requirements for opening the secret door. Right? Mind you, if there's an enemy in that room, it will activate instead of this stupid goblin. So, and we can move after doing this. Okay, so let's activate Zealot. Okay, the roguey guy. Now, what's on this tile? This tile has got some, like, skeleton-looking thing. What the hell is that? Oh, it's an undying zombie. Each time it activates, it heals 1. Okay. And then there's also like a gargoyle or something. It is a gargoyle. The gargoyle is tough. It does not spend extra movement to leave a space that is adjacent to an enemy. Once per turn, he may move through a hero's space, inflicting 2 damage to that hero. Well, that's yucky. He swoops at us and does damage. And he has 4 attack and 5 health and 3 armor. Yee. But he's only melee. So if we found that there, he's going to come for us. But we could run away. Otherwise, it's just full of spiders. I mean, the spiders, we could choose for the spider, a spider to activate instead. It's an option. Do we want spiders? Probably the spiders. Okay, so Zealot's going to activate. He is going to move 1, 2. He's going to use his Find Secret Door ability to spend a 3rd movement to open an adjacent secret door. This one, despite the presence of enemies, he's going to add 2 to his attempt. He gets 3. We need a total that's equal to the level of the door we're going into. So this is 1. We got 5. Like, we couldn't have failed anyway. But he finds this nice spider room, which is now open. I guess now the tokens kind of matter because we didn't get into it through there. We got into it through there. So he still has 3 movement. And there's 3 spiders in here. So we want to either the goblins or the spiders could activate. Spiders are poisonous, which is annoying. But they're not gonna wombo us for 5. So we gain 2 XP for our successful finding of the secret door. Nice. And then we can spend 2 movement to run away. Run away! And attack that goblin. For 2, he'll die. And we'll gain a further 1 XP. Easy. Easy game. And then, with that done, we can draft a card. So let's spend 2. And we are going to draft the Helm of Guidance. So now we can discard up to 4 cards if we don't like them or don't need them anymore. And our hand limit is 7. We don't need this Trick Throw card very much. And we're only going to draw 2 cards, even if we get rid of it. So let's get rid of it. We'll draw our 2. And then the enemies are going to activate. So we're going to throw out the Sense Secret Door card. Who cares? We don't need it anyway. Crimson Moon Axe. Only Bull could use this. We already have a weapon for her. But it lets us heal if we do damage, and it would give her a base attack of 7. That is wild. Okay, so what are these enemies going to do? The highest one, that's a spider, is going to move towards an orc. They can only move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They can't get to Gibraltar to attack him, so they're going to attack somebody else for +2. So that's sucky. Their attack is 3. That is really sucky, and they do poison. And I don't think there's any opportunity for us to avoid this damage. We don't have any of the dodgy react cards in our hand. So, sucks to suck. One of these spiders is going to wander over and attack our friend Zelid here. For 5. He has 3 agility, though. So he's only going to take 2 damage, but it's 2 poison. Which means he'll gain an additional 1. He's half dead. He's shockingly close to death. Not ideal. Okay, so it's kind of impossible for us to do much with our mage. I mean, he could once again, he could wombo combo these. He can find a secret door there. It costs us 1. Spend 1 to attempt to find it, and we would roll. But we can spend extra movement to increase our odds if we're careful. So we could spend 2 movement to make it a guaranteed thing. And then he could just shoot his little fire spell into there, and all those guys would die again. That seems pretty okay. I kind of like that. Let's do that. Mysterios is going to activate. It's going to wander over. He's going to spend 2 to find a secret door. And then he's going to shoot a big fire blast in there. Whabam! Ignores defense. Kills one of the thing. Everything else takes 1 damage automatically. That's 2 damage. Or 2 dead spiders and 2 XP. Very nice. Very nice. And, yeah, cool. I think that we can draft a card. Do we draft the stupid huge axe? Of course we do. We can only have 1 weapon, but that one lets us heal, which is big for us. So Crimson Moon Axe gets added to the pile. Oh, a pet. Oh, we can't get it though. Okay, and then we're gonna throw this card out. And then there are no enemies. Ooh, so what happens then? What is this? What does that do? Do we take poison damage because I killed the spiders? Well, that fucking sucks. We do. 2 heroes have to take a poison damage each. Welcome, nerds. Welcome in. How are you? I was just ranting. Don't mind me. How you been? Well, 2 different heroes have to take this. We're going to have a ton of poison damage here, I think, very soon. And we have extremely limited abilities to heal. So that's bad. I think at the end of the round, every time we have any amount of poison, we gain 1 more. So that's sucky. That was maybe a little suboptimal there. Been fine. Feeling a little overheated today. Kind of warm. Okay. Okay. That sucks. Did you go to Gen Con this year? I did not. But I do have my local con next weekend. It's very small, a couple hundred people, but I'm excited about it. All right, Geraltar or Bull. I think we want Bull to activate here. No Gen Con this year. Local cons are cool. Yeah, I'm honestly, I watched a video of the Gen Con doors opening, and it was like so intimidating. It's like, that's too many people for me. I'm a big fan of local cons because they're they're just whatever. They're just low key and simple and nice, you know. Okay, so I think what we want to do here is we're gonna go kill this gargoyle and hope that we don't regret it later. So we're gonna activate Bull here, and Bull has 4 movement. Okay, so she can go 1, 2 to open this door. That means that there is a gargoyle and a zombie in here. The zombie is the less damaging of the two. But we can use our stamina maneuver to gain an additional move. So we have 3 remaining, and we remove a wound from ourselves. Nice. Actually, we're going to retcon that and imagine I had equipped the Warhammer, because then every time I remove a wound token, I can remove an extra wound token. So I would actually heal 2. Nice. I was going to use this potion of healing on myself, but I think I'm not going to. I'm going to save that for one of these other poisony people. Zealot, probably. Otherwise, he's just going to die. Unfortunately, you have to use it. Whatever. We'll use it next round. Okay, so we have +2 attack. We got 6 attack on her. Now we need 8 to kill the gargoyle, but we're going to move in there anyway, right? And we're going to use this slash card. Same, too many people want to do it one year, but yeah, the crowds are scary. Yeah, agreed. Totally. It's more people than I like. You know, I don't mind crowds, but like a stampede of humans, yeah, that's a little much for me. Okay, our slash lets us attack 2 targets within melee distance of us. I don't know if we can actually hit both of these guys. I think they have to be... I don't remember. It does tell us this in the book, though. Let's check. I can't remember. I'm getting confused with the other game I played recently with the front arc. That was the 5 in front of you. Oh, no. It is the ones beside as well. Okay, cool. So we can hit both of these guys. And we have 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7 attack. Now, if we want to kill this gargoyle in 1 hit, he has 3 armor and 5 health. So we need to do 8 to him. So we're 1 short right now. But what we can do is we can play 2 cards face down to get a burst of strength for 1 extra damage. So we will do 8, and we will in fact hit both of these guys for 8. They will both die. And we will get 4 XP. We have been abusing the heck out of that ability to walk up and just hit 2 enemies. We even healed off of that overall. We healed 2 and crushed a gargoyle with a warhammer. That's pretty rad. This is a better comp than we had last time. We played this earlier. We had a lot of healing potential, but really low damage output. It was a bit of a slog. We kind of have the opposite problem now, where we can do a ton of damage, but healing is in short supply. So, do we want to buy a draft a card here? We have 7 XP. We basically have free reign to get whatever we want over here. Now, we can't use this card, or this card, or this card, or this card. In fact, the only card we can get is the Shadow Mail. So this could be used by either Graltar or Zealot, and its armor, 2 agility, and when attacking from either the side or the back, we reduce the armor on the enemies. Let's buy that for sure. That is rad. So it's going to cost us 3. Doesn't inspire confidence that so many people got sick at Gen Con. Honestly, I don't think I heard from anyone that they went to Gen Con and didn't, like, get COVID, basically. Or some other con crud, you know, right? Like, just everybody got sick, it seems. It wasn't like, normally it's, you know, you go to a con, I think a significant number of people are gonna get sick. But it seems like literally everyone this time. 90% of attendees or something. I don't know. All right, so we defeated those guys. We now get a hand limit of 8 because we've drafted at least 6 cards. It's kind of a bit of a win more game. The more cards we have, they're generally better than the ones we get otherwise. And then we have a higher hand limit, so we have more opportunities to use them. You know? And a higher ability to discard cards, which lets us positively influence our, you know, our hand, get the cards we want. Now, unfortunately, there are no monsters to activate. Oh wait, this one flips back over. Oh, so we can get poisoned again. Fabulous. So the spider wants to attack the person with the lowest armor, which is either Bull or Mysterios. He can't get to Mysterios. Oh wait, maybe he can. He totally can. I really didn't want him to attack either of those people because I don't want to get poisoned again. I just cleared that poison off. He has 3 attack. They would take 2 poison. Do we have... We have our evasion that we can use as a reaction. So if the spider waddles its little butt over here, it's going to attack Bull, and we're going to evade the attack, and we take no damage. And everyone's happy. And the crowd rejoices. Alright, so if we don't have any monsters on the board at the end of this round, we're going to... everyone's going to take 1 damage, which is kind of sucky. So, that's yucky. We don't like that. So, Geraltar is our last guy here. Now, we have okay cards for Geraltar, but we don't have great ones. I mean, let's take a look. If we go exploring, he only has 4 movement, so we actually can't explore anyway. So the bad news is there's not going to be an enemy on the map no matter what we do, right? He only has 4 movement. We could give him a 5th movement, but he would need at least, like, let's see. He would have to explore somewhere back here. He's way over here in this corner for inexplicable reasons. Our monk, he's meditating, obviously, right? So he could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he would need a 6th to explore here. And he might fail because it's a secret door. Or he could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, he could get to here. So we could go explore with Geraltar instead of kind of essentially taking 4 damage. If we do so, we're either finding a gargoyle, which is then going to immediately attack us. That's going to suck. Or we're finding some wargs, which they also, like, they do 4 damage. And they're attacking with +2, because they're not going to be able to reach the person with the lowest armor. So, I don't know that that's better, actually. We're probably taking 4 damage anyway. And then we still have this stupid spider here. So maybe Graltar finishes his meditation, and as all monks do, after meditating, they walk over and punch a giant spider in the head. Surely. Surely that is the play. Oh, hey, you know what he can do, though? We can also use our Burst of Strength to remove 1 wound token. So, he can walk over there, and he can punch this spider in the head. It'll die, we'll get an XP for it. And then he can use a Burst of Strength to get rid of this poison so he doesn't get any more. Nice. Rightly or wrongly, we are now at the point where we're at the end of this round, and that means for the future rounds, we're actually going to be on the 3rd deck of cards, which are all artifact cards. They don't go into your hand. They just do give you some sort of perk. I don't know what they do. We've never got that far, so we'll have to see what we get. But first, everybody has to suffer 1 damage. And then poison, you get an additional poison if you have at least 1. So that sucks. Now our hand limit is 8. That means we're going to shuffle these. And pick up 3. Also, I totally neglected to discard these 2 cards. They are out, which is fine because we can't use them anyway. That would have been before we switched to the other deck. All right. So, it is time. Our heroes are all readied up. We added the poison to them. We took all of our damage. These cards all get discarded. And we have our hand of 8. And it's time to figure out who's going to go next. What are we going to do? Our rogue, we got most of our cards in our hand. We do have the Helm of Guidance, which lets us do some extra damage, potentially. We're also well set up to do... We can get +3 and ignore 1 of each type of armor on our friend Graltar here. But I kind of want to get rid of this poison. We only have 6 health, we're at 5. If we do nothing, we just die, which would be bad. And also, yeah, I don't like dying. Dying sucks, you know? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. So, we do not have his card for discovering a secret room, which wouldn't matter anyway, actually, because we don't have any enemies present. So what we can do is we can activate Zealot, and we're going to chug this potion that is not in my hand. Never mind, I discarded it last turn face down because I thought I would get it back, and I didn't. It's probably right here. Whoopsie doodles. Okay, we're going to forget that was a problem. The wargs have 3 health. How are we going to make this work? We can send Graltar in with the Shadow Mail. He can, like, ignore a ton of armor. He could ignore well, 1 armor from the gargoyle. But he would gain a bunch of additional armor as well. He would have 4. That might work. Yeah, okay. Let's have him. Let's send Geraltar in. Geraltar's gonna go win, save the day here. Okay. So Geraltar's only got 4 movement though. Maybe this isn't gonna work, because if he goes, he can't actually get close enough to hurt anybody. That sucks. Because he can go 1, 2, 3, and then he's going to be able to step 1 into it. Maybe he could do that one. He's going to have to find a secret room, though, which may or may not work. Let's try it. Okay, Geraltar is going to go... He's not the one who gets extra movement, is he? No, he is not. Oh, he has such a good setup, though. It's going to be a real shame if we flub that. Maybe we don't activate stupid Geraltar. What kind of name is Geraltar anyway? We can do big damage on Bull, but last time we got rando womboed by the stupid goblins, so we kind of don't want that to happen either. So, oh, and we can't do our fun attack twice thing either. So nobody is a kind of ideal candidate right here. Okay, Geraltar it is. Sorry, Geraltar, go find a door. 1, 2. He's going to try and find a secret door here. Do we want him to find the wargs? Yeah, he could find the wargs this way, and then we could still kill one. Okay, he's going to try and find the wargs. So, we can roll, and as long as he doesn't roll 0, he'll find it. I think we're going to spend... Oh, wait. He spent 1, 2, 3. He only has 4 movement. If we spend... We can guarantee that he finds it, but then we can't actually move into the room, which means we can't attack them. So we're going to roll for it. We got a 1. Whew! Okay. So that goes there, and then he has 1 movement, and he can waltz in there. And there's 2 wargs, and he's not scared of them. He's not even a little scared. He likes fighting wargs. They get to roll a combat die for agility, so they might have a lot of agility, which is sucky. But what are you going to do? We're going to have him use the shadow mail. Or do we want to save that for our poor man Zealot here? I just don't want to die, you know? I kind of want to kill these guys without dying. Okay, he's going to use his nunchucks and a power kick. He's living the dream here. So that's 6 damage, and he gets an additional armor, and they lose an armor. Okay, so he's fighting that warg right there. It gets to roll for its armor. It gets +1, so it has 1. It has 3 health. Whatever. We did 6 damage. It's super dead. We super killed this poor warg. We gained 2 XP. So we have 7 XP. Almost none of these are useful for us, except this one. Forethought is. Only Zealot can use this, but he draws 3 cards, and then he can discard any 2 to either gain 1 of some attack, 2 movement, or heal 2 wounds. Only on himself, but still, we have such limited healing available. And that means we add one of these cards. the artifact deck. Prescient Orb. When you draft this artifact, place it face up. Your maximum hand size is now +2. That's kind of huge. It costs 6 though. Anyways, we killed the one warg. That's good. This tile is going to get discarded, the one with the gargoyles on it. And then that other warg is going to attack a dwarf or a, roguey type for +1. So he's going to race over here and attack our friend Geraltar, who does have 3 armor. So that's okay. But he's going to get attacked for 5, so he's still going to take 2 damage. Unlucky. Unlucky. Okay. Do we want to discard any of these other cards? I don't think we do. I think we really want to get that. Maybe we want to discard the Pyromaniac one. We don't really need it. I mean, it would be good on this ogre thing. It would deal 1 damage to each of these guys, but 1 damage isn't going to kill them anyway. So it's kind of useless. Maybe let's get rid of Pyromaniac, because then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we get to draw this one. That's not the potion. I was wrong. We get to draw a few more, up to 8. 2 more cards after this. We're at 6. And I guess this warg has been activated and is exhausted now. The target for our next guy is either Zealot or a random guy for +2, both of which would suck. Let's really hope we draw our potion and can just activate Zealot. That would be really nice. We did not. We did get the find the secret door to gain extra XP. That would let us buy that artifact if we want. That's an interesting idea. But I think more likely we just want to send Bull in. No, we don't have any of our really cool cards. We can heal 2 though, so she'd have 6 health left, though only 1 armor. But she could have a base attack of 7. What's that ogre worth? The ogre has 2 armor and 6 health. Savage, the ogre makes 1 attack against every adjacent enemy in all directions. Yikes. We don't want that. Let's try it. Let's try it. We're playing aggressive this time. We're gonna activate Bull. She's gonna go in here. So she spent 2 of her 4 movement. There is an ogre in front of her, and there are 3 goblins. She's going to spend another movement. She's also using her stamina to gain an additional movement. She gets to remove a wound. And her Crimson Moon Axe, which gives her +3, so she's at 7, and if we inflict at least 1 damage, she can remove a wound. Now, do we want... to roll a combat die and see how much extra she gets? No, we want to for sure kill this ogre. So, let's get rid of the enchanted broadsword. We don't need it anyway because we're using the other one and we don't have anyone else who can use it. So we'll play 2 cards face down to get the boost to strength. So she has 8 attack, which means she will swat at this ogre and it will die. Which gets us 3 XP. And she heals 1 wound, so she dealt damage. And I really wish she could attack again or something, but she cannot. Now, we can't use any of these, and this card's going to go away if we don't purchase it. Do I think the other artifacts are going to be better than this one? I don't know. I don't know if they will. 2 additional hand size. A hand size of 10 would be pretty swell. So let's just buy it. Gets us down to only 1 XP left. It doesn't go into our hand. It just sits over here. It's just a thing. And we can discard any number of cards. I think we want to keep all of these, but we get to draw 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Surely we got that potion in here. We did. Okay, cool. Not that it really matters, but we can actually heal most of Zealod's stuff, maybe all of it, this turn. Okay, unfortunately, we have to activate the guys here. What did we find? This card gets discarded. When you draft this artifact, whenever one of your conscious heroes activates, she may remove up to 2 wound tokens from herself. Every round, you just get to remove up to 2 wound tokens from every person, and that's the one that gets immediately... We replace it, and then it gets immediately discarded. Well, that's way better than the stupid freaking hand limit thing we bought. That sucks. Who wants to heal like 8 every round? Total. Oh well. Next time. Next time. The new ones allow us to do... Whenever we do at least 1 damage, we do 1 extra damage. And choose 1 hero to play a card that does not match your icons, which is wildly good. But before that, we have to get attacked by one of these guys. Now, they are going to try and attack either Bull or Zealod. Let's have them attack Bull. We'll just have this guy attack him. So, he gets 2 plus 1 die. Last time we rolled a 3, which really sucked. We rolled a 2. So that is 4. But we can evade. So we have 3 armor total. So we will, in fact, only take 1 damage. Not too bad. Okay, so we've got Zealod and Mysterios left. Neither of which is very close to the action here. Ogre Owie. Yeah, we crushed that ogre. We beat him down like nothing. Oh, we found the Hydra tile again. And one that's got... What does this have on it? What's in the middle there? That is like a Minotaur? It is. It is. I don't understand the significance of the Minotaurs. He's relentless. It says he doesn't exhaust after activating, but he can still only activate once per cycle. I don't know what the significance of that would be. Maybe you can... There's certain enemies you can do more to when they're exhausted or something. Anyways, the good news is we can heal our friend Zealod here. So... I think we have to activate him. Draw 3 cards. Once during this turn, you may discard 2 cards from your hand to achieve one of the following effects. Basically, we're going to probably use it to discard 2 wounds. I don't know which ones we're going to discard, but in the meantime, we're going to use our Potion of Healing, which costs us 2 movement. But we discard this card and gain an XP. But we heal 3 wounds. So we gain 1 XP, heal 3 wounds. We're going to get rid of all that poison. And then when we use this one, we can get rid of the remaining 2. So who can't activate? Bull and Graltar. So we probably don't need to find weakness. or the Sacred Warhammer. So we'll discard these two in order to heal 2 more wounds from ourselves. So we're now at full health, but we only have 4. However, that's enough for us to go 1, 2, and discover a room here. That's our... it costs us 1. So we can spend 1 extra to get +1 to our roll. We have to... our roll has to equal the level of the room we're trying to find, which is a 2. Where were we? Were we here? No, we were here. Yeah, because we could go 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't do that. Okay. No, we must have been here. Anyways, whatever. We can add... oh, we won't be able to move in then. We're ranged anyway. We're going to add 1 to it. So if we roll at least a 1 on our die, we discover a secret room. Now, which one do we want to do? Do we want it to be the Hydra of extreme nastiness? Or do we want it to be the Minotaur and the Satyr? I think the Hydra. Let's try the Hydra. We wimped out on the Hydra last time. Oh wait, I guess I have to see if we discover it first. We do. Alright. We're going to put the Hydra like that and hope that he just doesn't immediately one-tap us. Now we do have a level 2 challenge in there as well. That's could be treasure, could be a trap. We don't know until we walk in. Or if there's no enemies in there, we can discover it. Now, we can still attack, or we could use ice. Oh wait, we're not a what's it called? Okay, so we're gonna equip our Shadow Mail, and we're gonna perform a trick throw. Well, Hydra has 3 armor anyway. Okay, when we perform a trick throw, we have to discard a card from our hand. We're going to discard Flaming Weapon. So now, each target that you attack has -2 agility to that attack. This is sort of a weird thing where it's like, this enemy doesn't have any agility, and it's not clear to me whether Trick Throw is supposed to, like, do they get negative agility? See, it stands to reason that, like, that's how I'm going to play it, because, I don't know. Stands to reason that it would make sense. I'm hyper agile compared to them. I should be better. So now I have some armor. I'm attacking them from the front, so I don't get to ignore any. But I have 5 agility, which is pretty sweet. And I can use my Helm of Guidance. I roll a combat die and add that result to the total. So I'm attacking for 3 plus the result of this roll. Unfortunately, he has 3 armor, so if I roll a 0, I get nothing. Haha! There it is! All of that for nothing. We whiffed it and absolutely missed. I could have discarded cards to add 1 and hit him for sure, but I didn't. He has 9 health, so he's going to be a very angry Hydra very soon. Sucks to suck. So the Hydra has melee. He's going to run over and attack me. He's going to attack me just like that. He has 5 damage plus 1 for every 2 wound tokens. Thankfully, that's none, and I have 5 agility. So I actually deftly avoid everything that the Hydra does. Gotta run. Oh, thanks for being in. I probably missed you by now, but because I've been really bad on chat today. I don't know what it is, but thanks for stopping in. It's nice to see you, John. All right, so it's Mysterios' turn. We're gonna... I mean, I don't think it matters. We can't actually explore any further in the dungeon. So... I don't know that discarding that matters, but whatever. We dropped to 10. 1. And all of the remaining ones. We actually don't have enough cards to actually get any value from that thing we took, instead of just healing 2 on every character every time. That would have been a real shame. Still regret that. Anyway. Okay. So, okay, so this works out pretty okay. So Mysterios can move forward. Now, line of sight doesn't actually get blocked by our friends here, but it gets obstructed by them, which gives the target 1 additional armor, right? But we can play our Pyromaniac. We may make 2 attacks as long as at least one of them is an attack spell. So we can use our Fire Blast. It ignores armor defense. So we can attack the guy. He would normally have 3 armor. We'll just say the obstruction also gives him 1. I don't know if it's supposed to be agility. I think it's agility. So he would take 2 damage. He's going to do more damage next time because he's going to be pissed off. Okay. And then we can use ice, and that's 5. His armor will work this time, so he'll only take 1 damage. So we've done 3 of his 6 health, basically. And that's it. That's all we got. We are tapped out. So, one of these goblins is going to attack. They're going to try and attack a human, which they can't. So they're actually going to attack anyone for +3. So they might just... Here we go. We get womboed again. This guy's going to attack Bull. Actually, he can't. He has to move away. And then he's going to attack Bull. So he gets +1. He has 5. +1, 6. Minus our 1 armor. So we take 5 damage and we are dead. He just one tapped us. The goblins are like sleeper OP. So we're like knocked out. And basically all that happens is we either come back at the starting tile with full health, or we can respawn there with half health next round. But we only get we remove 3 wound tokens and then get to move, or we come back at full health. But unfortunately for us, it costs us our whole turn. So our Bull, our strongest character, who we were relying on to, kill this Hydra, instead got randomly shot in the face by a goblin, died, and now we, even if she heals, she doesn't get to actually do anything on the next round, the final round. So that kind of really blows. Quick, a spell of dehydration to the Hydra. Yeah, totally. All right. So the good news is we have so far survived. We've explored the whole dungeon, and we just need to now with only 3 turns left, we have to try to defeat all of these enemies. There's a warg, there's 3 goblins, and there's a Hydra. The Hydra is the big nasty one. Now, we only lose 1 XP for each person, right? Like, I think this is also the game end condition right now. When the stack is empty. No, if the tile draft is empty and all monsters have been killed, so never mind. All right. So how many cards do we have? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we got all the ones that only Bull can use. Cool. Love that for me. Okay, so we probably have to deal with this Hydra, or it's going to attack us and we're going to be sad. So
as we look to the stars in the sky, we ask ourselves, are we alone?
we got a really unfortunate set of things here. Because we really want to defeat that Hydra. But if I want to get this guy away, it's going to cost me 2, 3, 4. I guess I could get there in 4. Okay, so I could potentially attack. But I really want to use Find Weakness to ignore armor. I think I can run over there and kill the Hydra. I think I can do it. Okay, so we're going to activate Graltar. He is going to... Well, no one can use this Crimson Moon Axe because What's-Her-Face is dead. Nor can they use Stamina. So he's going to do a burst action to gain 1 extra movement. So he's going to spend 2, 3, 4. Why did I think he needed an extra one? Oh, that's right. Because he's going to spend 1 to find the weakness of the Hydra. So he gets +1 and ignores all armor. So he ignores all the Hydra's armor. He just has to do 6 damage and he's at 4. And then he can use his power kick battle tactic to get +2. So he's got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He ignores all armor. And he's going to kick that Hydra in all of its heads simultaneously. And it will die because he had to do 6 damage. It's dead. 5 XP. So we have a total of 7. Mantle of the Lion, when you draft this, whenever one of your heroes inflicts at least 1 point of damage, he or she immediately inflicts an additional 1 point. I mean, we don't really have enough time to get anything else. And I think this means I could use my mage to like wombo all those guys, because the AoE does 1 damage each and it would instead do 2. So maybe we can actually get there. We're going to buy the Mantle of the Lion. Getting all the cool artifacts now. Ancient Scroll of Doom. You just do 5 automatic damage to any one monster with that. That's kind of cool. Okay, so these 2 cards are going to get discarded. A 1 and a 2. We get more artifacts out that we will not be able to purchase, but that's okay. Staff of Teleportation, a winged scepter. I guess we can discard this card and draw up to 10. Anyone else can use a Sacred Warhammer? Maybe. 1, 2, 3, what's that? 8? Yeah. Alright. We're up to 10. Now, the highest enemy is going to attack the person with the lowest defense. So the warg has 6. So he can just run wherever the hell he wants. But the lowest is definitely Mysterio. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to run over here. He's going to attack us. I don't think there's anything Mysterios can do to prevent any damage here. He's kind of a glass cannon. So he gets attacked for 4 less 1 for his armor. So he takes 3 damage. And he is almost dead as well. The 2 health left. Alright. I think a problem is that I got this cool thing I can do to kill all those guys, but I would have to get there. And Mysterios only has 4 movement, so he can get to here. Because he's adjacent to an enemy, he can go 2, 4, which is kind of far from over there. So I don't think those goblins are going to die. But we can at least kill this warg, right? Bull is sort of out of it. So, Zealot, what can you do? What's the warg got? The warg has 1 armor plus a die. Okay, so Zealot is going to activate. He's going to run on over here. He's going to have his Shadow Mail. Gives him a little bit of extra dodginess, but also reduces that warg's armor by 1. So the warg is 0 plus his roll. Okay? Actually, this guy's going to do it from over here. Ah, that sucks. He's going to do it from over here, where I think he can shoot that guy. We're going to say yes, he can. Center to center? Yeah, he totally can. I would even say he's behind him now. So he ignores 3 armor. And he has to discard 2 cards, which can be these 2 that we can't use. And he gets +1 damage. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 3. And, he can just do his extra thing to do 1 more damage. Doesn't matter what this guy rolls, he's dead. Warg is dead. We de-warged the battlefield. 2 more XP for us. We have 4, which isn't enough to buy any of the cool things. Unlucky. I guess we would have always done 1 extra damage anyway. But that's okay. We're still in a happy place here. These get discarded. And then the enemies can't attack us because they're too far away. I think. I mean, this guy's can be moved through. How far do they move? 5. Maybe they can attack us. The lowest The lowest is Mysterios. No, they can't. So somebody just takes 3 damage. So we're going to say that Zealot will take 3 damage. And then... That doesn't make sense. How did I use fewer cards this time? I must have forgotten to flip it sometimes? Odd. Oh well. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to affect the outcome anyway, because we have like 2 more activations. One is just Bull coming back, and then I don't think we're going to kill any of those guys anyway, because Mysterios can't get them. So, I think basically at this point, Bull comes back with full health. That's a round. She then takes 2 damage, and so does Zealot. And then on the next turn, we lose an XP. But whatever. Who cares? And we're done. We almost cleared the dungeon, but those tricky frickin' goblins ruined our day. So our score is our XP. We lose 4 for every tile we didn't get to. We got to all of them. And then 1 for each guy that's on the board. So we're going to lose 3 points. Last time we lost like 12 or something, right? So most improved for sure. We have 10. 20. 25. So these are the 3 we lost, and we end up with 29 points overall. So we like practically doubled our score. I mean, if we had defeated all of those guys, it would have been a net gain of 6. We would have got 35 points, which is probably, I mean, I suppose it depends what the, I guess we also lose 1 for this. We got 28 points. I guess we could have removed that with what's his face, because he could have done it safely. What was it, out of curiosity? It was also a flame trap. So yeah, I think, you know, with these particular tiles that we got, we could have had a maximum score of about 35. I suppose maybe you can earn more than that if you're attacking harder enemies or things like that. But that's got to be like getting up there. We basically cleared the entirety of the dungeon. So, down with the goblins. Thank you for dealing with that spam. I didn't even see it. I've been rough on chat today. I don't know what the deal is. But, anyways, this was a fun little dungeon crawl. So, it's interesting because I think this was like I had more fun playing this than this game deserves, I think. And that's like kind of weird to say. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like the drafting mechanics are interesting because you know, you do turn over your hand a lot. So you do get to see the cards that you get, but then actually finding ones that you want is completely like total RNG, right? So it's like, you know, that could be frustrating, I guess. Like the first game was worse, but there was like probably because of my stupid dwarven thing. But like there was definitely turns where like, you know, there was nothing we could draft. These 5 cards are sitting here, and it was like all from classes that we don't have, except for 1 card, which is then getting discarded that round, or things like that. So it's like, it's a little silly in that way. But at the same time, like, whatever, I was just running around smashing stuff in the face, and it was fun. There's definitely some aspects of kind of hand management and some tactical decision making here. Do I take a less good turn now? Or do I suffer the consequences and then get a better turn later? Seemed to be frequent. Though that could just be, you could just be lucky and not have that happen very much, right? So, overall, I thought that like, it's like, there are some rough edges here, right? Like, for what this game is, setup is way more complicated than it needs to be. The way that this thing is consuming my whole table, even though ultimately I'm playing on a little 3x3 grid. That seems weird. And it's just because there's a ton of overhead with, cards and decks and whatever, which is sort of strange. But like, despite all of those things, I had a really fun time. This was just like a, lighthearted, like dungeon romp, super tropey, nothing. I don't think there's much like original here, but I didn't care. It was fun anyway, right? So that's what I meant. It was like, are there some rough edges here that I wish were different or better? Totally. Was it a fun game anyway? Yeah, or it totally was, right? And there's lots more to explore here. There's a kind of sort of campaign. I think calling it a campaign is like a little generous. You get this accessory little secondary rule book that has like variants in it, and basically there's like quests you can go on, and they give you like an objective to do that turn, right? And then you can kind of like, continue onward, at some, like, I think you do like some small percentage of your hand of what you've drafted you can spend XP to make it permanent, and then you have it in the following game or things like that. It's like calling it a campaign is maybe being a little generous. I think it's certainly not a narrative one that's, held together in any way. I don't know that I would bother with that. There's a small box expansion, which I also own, but didn't use, that just has 4 new heroes in it and like a couple extra rooms and monsters and whatever. And it's like, half the monsters we didn't even fight. And I played as 8 heroes out of a total of 17. And there's 4 more in here. So there's 21 total. So I could do like 3 more plays and I would have never used the same hero twice. And there would still be one that I hadn't used. And it's like, I don't know, there's lots of content here too. So overall, this was fun. I'm happy that I played this. I'm not entirely sure it's a keeper. It's weird. I think it's like on the cusp of it. I could imagine playing this again. But if this was sitting on the shelf beside me and I was thinking of a game to play, I'm not sure that I would break it out, because setting it up and all of that is sort of like just a little bit more trouble than I wish it was. I don't know. Anyways, the good news is I had a blast. And I'm glad that this game that's been sitting on my shelf for comfortably 3 years finally hit the table. So that feels good, if nothing else. And with that, I think we're going to wrap up. We're going to find a place to raid. It seems a mix of smash and grab with resource utilization. Yeah, like, I guess, I had more fun this second playthrough, because the first playthrough, like, I just randomly kind of picked cards, and it felt like being able to draft things that were applicable to lots of your characters was going to matter a lot more than it did. It turns out that you can cycle your deck enough that you just can, like, get the cards that you want most of the time, right? Or at least some of them. But actually being able to kill things felt a lot better. In the first game, it was like all the early monsters were trivial, and then the later monsters were like impossible. And in this one, it felt like a little glass cannony, but I had, more options. Like, the hardest single thing was the easiest monster in the game, a goblin. Twice a goblin hit me for like 5 or 6 damage, which is like obscene, like just ridiculous. But yeah, it did feel like there was good decision making here, right? How to play tactically on the map, as well as a little bit of hand management and that sort of thing, So, yeah, it was fun. The minis are hilariously bad quality. Like, I wish I could get a better shot of these, Allison, so you could see. Like, they're it's almost laughable, like this guy and his like weird swords and stuff. Like, I just can't show it off very well. But it's like, I almost feel badly for these minis. It's like, I've been playing board games for a long time, and those look like the exact, like the quality level. It's like, I remember when I played something like World of Warcraft, the board game, which is like 15 years ago now, probably. And it's like, you get like 100 minis that are for like little murlocs and stuff. So they're just like teeny little enemies that are like kind of pretty throwaway and whatever. Those are distinctly better quality than these. Like, you know, it's yeah, it wasn't an expensive game. It was a Kickstarter from a smaller company. I didn't kickstart it. I bought it at retail after the fact, like long after it was on sale, and I thought, why not? But it's just sort of like, I don't know. We could have just had, you know, a couple more cardboard chits and saved everyone $10 and some embarrassment. You know, like, good minis are so expensive to make. Oh, agreed entirely. But I feel like it's like, if we're not going to get good minis anyway, don't bother, right? But I think that's also, it's sort of a weird thing where it's like, what a good thing to be able to complain about these days. Board game minis, this used to be as good as you got, right? If you got any minis at all, you were surprised, and this was as good as they got. And now we get board games with wildly good minis that are just straight up just as good as, you know, minis from a tabletop game, right? Like, I can get you know, some KDM minis, and like, they're great. You know, the sculpts are interesting, and they're really impressive. So, you know, what a good problem to have. Standees are good. I kind of secretly hate standees for reasons that I don't know. I mean, I didn't love playing with these. Visually, it was okay, but not great. Standees would have been better. But I kind of have like a secret, like, very arbitrary hatred of them. Emphasis on arbitrary, I think. So, anyways, Jamie was in here earlier. I wish she would have had audio, because I know Cosmic Beat sent her our Meeples by Mail package. I don't know if it has arrived yet. Or, I mean, I know it's arrived. I don't know if it's been opened yet. I was a little bit out of it for the last couple days. I missed all of Jamie's streams. I don't know that she would open it on stream anyway, but I didn't get to hear. So, note to self, make a standee of James. I would love to see that. That would be funny. I would probably laugh forever. That would make me really happy. So, that said, I think we're gonna wrap up here, and find a place to raid. What do I need to tell you guys about? This coming Wednesday, I will be on YouTube per usual, but I will not be streaming next weekend because it is our local convention, FallCon. So I will be, Sarah and I actually will be at FallCon playing board games all weekend long. So I will not be streaming next weekend. And then after that, it should be like kind of right back into it. And I am very rapidly approaching the point where I get a little bit more time on my hands. I have a full-time contract that I'm doing right now that is running out in 5 more weeks. So I'm kind of counting down the days. Basically, come October, I'm going to have a lot more opportunity to do more stuff with you guys. So some of that's going to be streaming, not a ton, but I think I might do a couple special events just right as we get into that. I don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but you know, end of September, start of October, we're gonna have some extra fun around here. So I'm really looking forward to that. Nice. Have a great time at the local con, and yeah, to future freedom. Yay, freedom! It's like freedom to both do more stuff, but also just like ruin myself financially. So, you know, could go either way. Perhaps both. But no, I'm really looking forward to getting to push a little harder on off cost and meeples by mail. And I got a couple other projects, top secret projects in the works. Ultimately, long term, I don't think I'm going to end up doing. I don't want to be at a point where I'm streaming 4 or 5 days a week. That is never going to do what I need it to. But I do want to find a way to fit in probably an extra day a week or something like that. And I do want to have some fun with it where I've got a couple, a couple of fun events just in the next, like right around in October, basically. Somewhere in October, we're gonna have a couple fun little things to do just to kind of kick things off and get used to the whole way it's gonna be. So not really sure exactly what that looks like just yet, but stay tuned. It'll be fun. I know for sure I'm gonna fit in a marathon stream in there somewhere, and I want to just I want to kind of play October like a little fast and loose and just treat it as an opportunity to try some new content ideas and like see what sticks. Not this February, but the previous February in 2023, I had like 2 or 3 months where I was streaming like 5 days a week, and I was just trying all kinds of different content, and it was like such a good growth period for me personally, and it felt really like it was very enlightening about what I wanted to do and what people wanted to watch. And it's difficult. It's difficult to accommodate that. It's not like I can just do whatever everybody wants or have some magic answer about what perfect content looks like. And executing on what I learned from there has been really hard while having a full-time job. So I just want to kind of have some time to screw around and see what happens, Special events are fun. Top secret. Maybe I could even convince other more people that I know to join me for a stream. That'll be easier to execute on when I have a little bit more free time too, because right now it's very schedule dependent and it is tough. So that will be a lot more flexible. So maybe there's some options there. We'll have to wait and see. All right. I monologued so long that I scared everyone away. So let's see if we can find somewhere to raid. I have no idea who to raid. I feel like raids are really tough. Because it's like I'm either raiding Steph or Time Roller every time, or I'm raiding like some random non-board game. We're just going to go over to Time Roller. I don't want to think about this too hard. We're going to raid Time Roller. Timey's always been good to us. Friend of the stream. Plays tons of board games. We should support him. So I'm going to start that raid up right now. Thanks so much for joining me here today. This was fun. I had a lot of fun. I still don't know if this is a keeper. I got to think about that. But I did have a lot of fun with it. I was glad I got to share that with you. And yeah, I'm really excited about literally counting down the days. 5-6 weeks from now, we're going to get to do some extra special events, spend a little bit more time together, and I cannot wait. So I will see you guys all next time. And hopefully, between now and then, you guys remember to work a little bit less and play a few more board games. I'll see you next time.